Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Happy Monday. Hopefully, you're all having a most wonderful day and are ready for some Pokemon trading card game action. Because that's what we got on the agenda today. Hopefully, you all had a wonderful weekend. I had a great weekend, honestly. It was a lot of fun. If you were here during the end of There's a fly. If you were here during the end of Friday's stream, then you got to predict on how my 5K run would go. And for those of you who are not live with me at the end of Friday's stream, I participated in my first 5K race in about 8 years. I used to be a competitive runner. I'm not anymore, but I'm trying to get back into shape. And I ran a 5K with my good friends Craig and Tracy, and Natalie and my son got to come as well. It was a lot of fun. So we had a prediction going on what time I would be able to run. I was aiming for I hit that sub 17 minutes. No, me in high school was running sub 17 minutes. Me in college was running right around that time, like 16 flat. But, thank you, JD, for that sub in the 27 months. But no, this is 35-year-old, washed up, tricky Jim. Okay, thank you, Kai Sell, for that sub, and the 51 months. Thank you, Swizzerton, for the sub, and the 3 years, 36 months. Thank you, SGX Lunatic, that Prime sub in the 11 months, and JD, the 27 months. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So we had a prediction going. I was aiming for under 22 minutes, and I ran 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So I was very happy with that. And of the prediction categories that we had, let's see, here's the payout right here. I can pull that up for you guys. Here we go. Yes, the sub 21 minute prediction was the fastest category of the ones that I offered up. It was either going to be between 21 and 22 minutes, between 22 and 23 minutes, greater than 23 minutes, or sub 21 minutes. I have not run like miles faster than 7-minute pace in a long time. I mean, a long time, like, dude, if you're not, like, training to do that, you just don't, and I haven't been, right? So, like, I haven't run 6-minute miles in, like, eons. It's been eons since I've run 6-minute miles. But I have been running. Yeah, I've been running between 20 and 30 miles a week. But, on my easy runs, I'm only running, like, 8-minute mile pace on, like, a fast day. So I like on a really fast, I might do some. I did a couple up tempo runs where I was running like in the 7s, but I didn't know how my body would react when I came through mile 1 in like 6:45, which I think I came through the first mile in 6:45. Second mile was like just above 7 minutes, and then my third mile was like 6:40s again. So it was a pretty good day, and I was happy with my time. I am going to be like trying to train and get in good shape for a. Yes, I am on Strava. Yes, I'm on Strava. So if anyone wants to follow me on Strava, you can find me on Strava. It's a lot of fun. I really like Strava a lot. But my goal for this kind of this fall is I want to try and run sub 20 in the 5K again by the time the turkey trot rolls around. I got one 5K I'm signed up for in October, and I got another 5K I'm signed up for in November, a turkey trot, and I want to be sub 20 by the turkey trot. That's my goal. This is kind of, can you tell I'm just a competitive person, right? Like I'm not like going to Pokemon tournaments right now because because I got a kid at home taken care of and all that. So like I'm not traveling around going to like tons of Pokemon tournaments and like going for a Worlds invite. So instead, I'm just going to try and get fast again. That's what we're going to do. But this is like, I'm really happy about this because I do want to like, especially with the kid around, like I want to get into good shape again because I'm 35, right? So by the time the kid's 10, I'll be 45. By the time he's 15, I'll be I'll be 50, man. I'll be 50. So like, thank you, Chief, for that. Oh yeah, I scrolled all the way back. Yeah, Chief with the tier 2 sub. That was 2 days ago. But if you're here, thank you, Chief, for that tier 2 sub. So like, I want to be in good shape, to be able to play with my kid. I'm old. I'm old out here, and I don't want to just like let my body to continue to deteriorate. So like I'm excited about this next chapter where I kind of invest into my physical health and make sure that I'm in good shape. I want to be like, Joe Flacco. I want to be an old man like Joe Flacco, who's able to do things when he's 40. That's what I want to be. I don't want to be in the worst shape of my life by the time I'm 40. Thank you, Arheeb, with the 10 gifted subs. Let's get some hype going in the chat for Arheeb. I appreciate you, Arheeb. Thank you for the continued support. Thank you for the hype. Thank you for the gifted subs. Welcome all new subs to the channel. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Arheeb, for the 10 gifties. You guys know it's September, and you get some percentages off your subs this month. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Arheeb, for the awesome hype. Yeah, Styx is also 35 and wonder how 40 is getting so close. That's what I'm saying. Like, dang, it's really starting to kind of hit home for me that like, this can go, I'm 35. That's halfway to 70. This can go one of two ways, right? This, the next 35 years could go one of two ways. So, I'm trying to make it go a good way. How about that? What also was hype? The Ravens held off what would have been one of the most disastrous comebacks in NFL history if the Cowboys had sealed the deal with the insane comeback they were attempting in that fourth quarter. But we were able to stop the bleeding and emerge victorious for our first win of the 2024 season. Let's freaking go. It got intense. My buddy Alex called me like of course I saw what Lamar said. Of course. My buddy Alex called me, like FaceTime me because he wanted to chat. So like I'm watching the football game. I got my son in my lap. He's got his Lamar jersey on. He's looking real cute. Can I tell you what? Natalie's mom and Natalie's mom's boyfriend came over this weekend, and like Natalie's mom went to go change my son, who is like 3 weeks old, went to go change him. And then he came back with a custom Browns jersey on. Can you tell me why my son had a custom Browns jersey on? It was very cute. He looked very handsome. It has like Mahone on the back, and it has a 31 on the back because he was born on August 31st. We were joking that we were going to use his Browns jersey as a poop rag. Yeah, that was the joke. Yeah. I know. That was the joke. But anyways, I let him wear his Browns jersey on Saturday. On Sunday, we changed him into the Lamar jersey. And we're watching the game. The Ravens are looking phenomenal. This is like peak Ravens football. The first 3 quarters of the Cowboys game, absolutely phenomenal. I'm feeling like $1 million. We're up by it's like 28-6 or something ridiculous, right? I'm just on cloud 9. Alex gives me a call, and we're like FaceTiming, and we're just shooting the crap about whatever. And And like I keep kind of like glancing over at the screen. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then they hit the onside kick, and I'm like, what? You had to tell them you were gonna do the onside kick. And with the new rules, like this has got to be the first successful onside kick with the new rules, right? Like, good God. And then like, yeah, and things just kept getting worse and worse. And then there were penalties, and yeah, it things got out of hand really fast. But anyways, the Ravens got there. We got our first win of the season. That's very exciting. And there was a whole bunch of other upsets that just like the script has been crazy. The script has been crazy this year. I have to say the refs are like just full on playing for the Chiefs. It's kind of crazy. It's really just, man, I hate to be like a conspiracy theorist who thinks things are rigged, but good God, they really make it feel. They really do their best to make it feel rigged. You know, like I'm a pretty logical, reasonable guy. I'm not one that like to fall for conspiracy theories, but man, when you start to see some of these calls, I know I'm emotionally invested, but when you start to see some of these calls and the non-calls and the favoritism, it's pretty crazy. I'm just saying, like it's pretty crazy how blatant things are. Where like certain teams will get called on things, certain other teams won't, and yeah. The no pass interference, like, dude, on the Falcons, that was like brazen, right? You got like certain quarterbacks will get called for, we'll get the roughing the passer calls. And I feel like Lamar Jackson will never get a roughing the passer call because he's a running quarterback. And they're just like, oh, he's tough. He can handle it. But then, like, God forbid Patrick Mahomes gets touched and he's getting a roughing the passer call for sure. If Aaron Rodgers gets touched, he's going to get a roughing the passer call because he's like 40, so you can't touch him, right? It's just, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's absolutely insane. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, the amount of calls that actually, now that I'm kind of like this deep into football, the amount of calls that actually change the trajectory of like seasons and games and all of that is just like, it's kind of nauseating. But anyways, Ravens played some awesome football. The Texans got blown out. That was crazy. I was texting Brady last week that the Texans were looking like, we're looking like the best team in the NFL or one of the best teams in the NFL. And then they got blown out. That was nuts. The Browns got beat, and that makes me very happy. I love to see the Browns lose. So long as Deshaun Watson is the head of that team. Browns losing is awesome. I want to have pride in the team that's like closest to me here in Akron, but like, nah, can't do it. The Browns franchise is just such a joke. It's the Steelers are 3-0. The Steelers are 3-0. Yes, they are. Have they beaten a good team yet? No, not really. Have they played any good football yet? No, not really. They got TJ Watt, okay? They got a good coach. They're going to be okay. They got a nice head start to their 500 season. I'm very proud of them. They'll end up going about 500 right on the nose. The Seahawks, the Seahawks got a great new head coach. I know. Things could have been different. Mike McDonald, the one who got away. Crazy. So, yeah, a lot of the script is crazy this year. Teams are. I feel like everybody's Deadpools, like people that are doing Deadpools in football, like a lot of people's Deadpools are just like collapsed because things have not been very predictable so far this season. Except if you predicted that the refs would side with the Chiefs, and that the NFL as an organization would try to promote the Chiefs as like as the best team, then you predicted correctly. But outside of that, things have been pretty impossible to predict. Thank you, Blatantism, for that sub in the 13 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, Jordan, for sure. There's still plenty of time for the Steelers to fall apart. Yes. And I'm sure you guys are loving Mike McDonald over in Seattle. Yeah, that guy's a genius. He's great. I have to say, King Henry looked phenomenal last night. God, that was insane. Finally got to see what he's all about. And, he got to get some head steam and some momentum going downfield. Like, goodness gracious, what an absolute beast. That was just entertaining. Just, except for when he slipped. Yeah, because he's on AstroTurf. AstroTurf should be illegal. They should have to play on grass. AstroTurf should not be legal. I have not seen good outcomes come out of AstroTurf. I have not seen like anything positive about AstroTurf other than the fact that it's easier to care for. That's it. But like AstroTurf is so, yeah. AstroTurf is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Not to mention dangerous. So, yeah, it was, I think yesterday was like one of the first days where I had NFL Red Zone on just like all day. And like, I gotta say, the stimuli of watching like every football game play out at once for like 4 hours is like pretty insane. I feel like a Zoomer with an iPad and my phone and like the computer and the TV, and I'm just like it is. I gotta say, it was kind of like a surreal experience. It was like very cerebral. Like I was. It was crazy though. But like Natalie's like, which game do you want to turn on? I'm like, I kind of just want to see. I kind of want to see what happens in all of them. And she's like, all right, well, let's turn on Red Zone. So I was locked in. I'm not gonna lie, I was thoroughly entertained when the dude, and then when the Ravens game came on, I just switched to the Ravens game. But like when the dude at the beginning of Red Zone was like, all right, we got 7 hours of no ad football coming your way, I was like, holy smokes, this is perfection, isn't it? It's like football, but you don't have to deal with any of the bad parts. You don't have to deal with any of the bad parts. In fact, you're just watching the good parts the entire time, right? You don't have to deal with any of like the slow parts, any of like the obnoxious commercial breaks. It turns out when you could watch like 6 football games at the same time, an IV of just straight up supercharged sports straight to my noggin, right? Football is, at this point, it's hard to come to terms with, but American football is just a sport for advertising at this point, right? That's why the league needs to make sure that Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs win, because Taylor Swift is on board now, and they are trying to make the NFL even more viewed and even more, consumed than it was already. And the Chiefs are the best team to do that. So, like, that's why everybody's in cahoots. It's not even about the sport anymore. All right, it's just about being a brand. Okay. To sell advertising. It basically is turning into wrestling, yes. Aren't the Chiefs just the better team? Well, yeah, when you have a crew of referees that are also on your roster, you're always going to be the best team. When you have, like, the refs are also wearing Chiefs uniforms, you're always going to be the best team when that is happening. Yes, It is like a reality TV show, and that's why it's so fascinating too, though, because it's like a drama like unfolding every Sunday. It's so nuts. That's what got me so into football. Is like, I think the sport's fine. The sport's like fine. It's fine. But the drama of it is so insane. It's like the world's best reality TV show. It's crazy. That's what really sold me on football. Like, I never played football or anything like that. I used to play backyard football when I was like a kid, right? And used to get like pummeled by my friends, but yeah, I was certainly the fastest receiver we had in the neighborhood. But yeah, it's basically just like one big, yeah, it's basically one big reality TV show. And then getting to trash talk with your friends about the reality TV show. That's like the great, like getting to hop in the Tricky Gym Discord and then talk trash about, like, you know, it's sick. It's great. But anyways, football was exciting. I gotta say, yeah, this weekend's episode of the NFL was crazy. It was crazy. Now, you know, I wonder if the script has got any plans to actually take down the Chiefs at all, or if the script writers are just going to make it like very clear what their storyline is going to be the whole season. We'll have to stay tuned to find out, won't we? Won't we, folks? Anyways, we got a lot to talk about today, so I'll stop talking about football now. I did get a very sweet care package from the Mion family. So I do want to take a quick moment to show that off and thank them. So huge shout out to the Mion family. There's I believe this Pokedad, and it's got two kids who made some goodies for baby Mahone. Check out this hat. Isn't this just so cute? This is a hand crocheted hat for my son. Isn't that just adorable? Dang, I'm freaking sweating so bad right now. Anyways, this is a very cute little hat, hand crocheted, and then this sent me, right? I mean, just like a very cute little craft like this, and his little legs go down like this, and then he's got like he's got like a tail. This is extremely cute, right? So you got the little the Pikachu, little bottom there, and then the Pikachu cap as well. It was very cute, very thoughtful. So thank you. And then some nice little beads as well. That say Baby Mahone on them. It's very cute, very thoughtful. I do wonder if maybe these are a choking hazard. I hope not, but I'm probably gonna err on the side of super safety because I'm a first-time dad and just gonna be extremely safe. But very thoughtful little mementos, and I will certainly keep them and cherish them. So thank you guys very much. That is very thoughtful. So again, thank you to the Mion family for those lovely little tokens for Baby Jim. Thank you, Dylan Tedder, for that sub and the 2 months. I appreciate you. And yeah, speaking of Pikachu, holy smokes, dude! There's this Pikachu that does 300 damage. Like, Pokemon cards just keep getting more and more and more broken. It's just crazy. Yeah, to Jimothy Mahone, so true. All right, let's talk about Pokemon cards, shall we? Supercharged Breaker featuring Terra Pikachu EX has officially been revealed. Thank you, Aaron Wolf, for that sub in the 49 months. Thank you, thank you. Yo, Indian Drummer. You're normally a VOD watcher, so it's cool to catch it live. Yo, what's up, Indian Drummer? Thank you so much for being here. And I'm stoked you got to catch a live stream. That's sick. Love it when VOD viewers get to hang out with us live. Konstantinos with the 5K bits. Yo, thank you so much, Konstantinos. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support and the love. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did I miss some? Thank you, Mingzies, Yotam, for those subs as well. Sorry if I missed you guys. Thank you so much for the hype. And thank you, Constantinos, for those 5K bits. Thank you, thank you. Aaron Wolf, Constantinos, Dylan Tedder, Blatantism, Yotam, Mingzies. Thank you, thank you. All right, we got Pokemon cards to talk about. Let's do it. Pikachu EX. Holy smokes, right? Just a 200 hit point basic Pokemon. Oh, you got it, Constantinos. Thanks. 200 hit point basic Pokemon, a little low on the HP side for a basic Pokemon EX. But wait, there's an insane ability. Tenacious Heart. If this Pokemon has full HP and would be knocked out by damage from an attack, it's not knocked out. And its remaining HP becomes 10 instead. That is crazy. We live in a one-hit KO world, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a one-hit KO focused standard format where everybody's trying to take big one-hit KOs on one another. And hot dang, this card can just not be one-hit KO'd. It doesn't matter if you're up against Raging Bolts and Raging Bolt's just trying to one-hit KO you. Doesn't matter if you're up against a Charizard EX and they're trying to one-hit KO you or whatever. Obviously, there are ways around this. Obviously, okay? Obviously. And I see people in the chat are very quick to point out, well, you could just Dusknoir it, or, you could just Monkey Dory it. This ability is still nuts. The fact that you have to force your opponent to do one of those two things to one-hit KO the Pikachu is crazy. I mean, that is a lot. You're forcing your opponent to deal with it, even if there are ways around it. Like, sure, you could even play Canceling Cologne. Like, whatever, Canceling Cologne takes care of it. Yeah, but you're forcing your opponent to have the Canceling Cologne in order to do that. So it's kind of crazy for that. Yeah, you don't want to waste a Dusclops on this, because then like 200 hit points is not a lot of HP, right? So like you don't want to have to do 50 to it with a Clops. You don't want to have to do that. Right? If you're up against a Raging Bolt, you have to force a Frenzy Gouging. They don't want a Frenzy Gouging this, right? A new Poison meta? I don't think so. Like, this card's not powerful enough to shift the whole metagame around it, but it is just a very good card. Because that ability is quite strong. It's just it's just really strong. So yeah, I mean, just a very welcome ability to have on a 200 hit point Pokemon. You would think about this card even if it didn't have this ability, right? Like, you would think about that, because the attack is good too. 300 damage on a basic Pokemon for 3 energy. You do have to discard all of the energy attached to, hold on, there's this fly. God, come on, I know I can kill you. Just land somewhere. Land somewhere. You're right here, right? He's on my finger, literally. Look at him. He's right there. Dang it! Ah! I think I missed him. Anyways, I can't believe he landed on my finger. Like, what the heck, dude? Anyways, I know, I'm way too slow. 300 damage. You have to discard 3 energy from this Pokemon. It's an expensive attack, but 300 damage on a Pokemon that can't like initially get one hit KO'd is nuts. And it's a lightning Pokemon, so it has all of the support that lightning Pokemon get. So you have access to the Miraidon engine. This thing can be tandem united. United into play. You have access to electric generator, so you could use electric generator to load lightning energy onto it. You have the new Magneton, right? The new Magneton allows you to blow it up, and then you can accelerate 3 basic energy from the discard pile to your Pikachu, and then just go blammo and do 300 damage. So you have that as well. I am not convinced that the Regis are a consistent enough engine to be able to build a deck around, but you do have the Regis as well. Like, you could play this in a Regis deck. And this is kind of like the exact Terra Pokemon that the Regis deck wants, because it's a Terra Pokemon, so you could put the Area Zero Underdepths into play, and this could be like the only Terra Pokemon you play in the Regi deck. You could accelerate energy onto your Pikachu with the Regigigas, and then blammo, you could blow things up. You could play this in a Lost Box deck. If you wanted to bring Lost Box back, you could use this in a Lost Box deck easily, use Mirage Gate, accelerate energy onto it, and then go do that whole thing. Lightning decks don't need to play that Terra Mewtwo if they want to use Area Zero Underdepths anymore. We saw Jesse Parker just a couple of weeks ago. He was playing Terra Mewtwo in the Lightning deck in order to expand his bench with Area Zero Underdepths, but Lightning decks aren't going to have to do that anymore because Pikachu EX is just a far superior Lightning Terra basic than Mewtwo EX is. And even if you're not attacking with the Pikachu, the fact that flies back, he's teasing me. He literally anyways, even if you're not attacking with the Terra Pikachu is just like the best Pokemon to have in the spot because it's got the ability Tenacious Heart, which makes it so that it does not easily get one-hit KO'd. So like, it's just the best Terra Pokemon to have there because of that ability. Even if it's not attacking, it's just the best Terra to have there. But its attack, Topaz Bolt, is incredible. 300 damage. It does pair with Joltik. If you wanted to use the Joltik in order to accelerate energy into play, you could have 2 Terra Pikachu on your bench. You could go turn 1 Joltik, get 2 Grass and 2 Lightning to 2 different Pikachu EX, and then you could go in with a Pikachu EX and start slamming for 300 damage. You could, some people are saying you could pair this with Blissey. I mean, you could, right? You could use the Blissey engine and the trumpets, right? So you could go use trumpet to accelerate 2 energy onto 2 of your Blisseys, and then you have a basic Terra Pokemon in play. So it's like it's kind of insane. Like, the engine kind of works because Blissey with the Blissey engine like almost kind of worked with the Galvantula, like Blissey Galvantula, but the problem was that Galvantula was just not a good Pokemon card. So, and was a stage 1, so it required like way too much kind of going on. But yeah, Pikachu is like better, so you could do like Joltik and Blissey and Pikachu EX. You could do that. I don't know that that's going to be the best way to do this because the thing about Pikachu EX is that this is a very strong attack. It's a very strong attack. It's a very good card. However, I don't think that you want to be building a deck that just does 300 damage every single turn or like tries to do this attack every single turn, because there are other things you're going to want to go about doing. And that's like a very high maintenance strategy, is trying to reload a Pikachu EX up to do like 300 damage every turn. Yeah, like, shouldn't you just be playing Raging Bolt if you're trying to do that? And the answer is 100% yes. You should just be playing Raging Bolt if you're trying to do that. However, Pikachu EX can slide into Miraidon decks as a closer, which is like insane. And Miraidon EX decks have always wanted a closer like this that can just do 300 damage. They've really wanted this for a long time, and I think that it's certainly really cool. And Miraidon EX decks are kind of in a let's see, Pokemon proxies. They're in a spot where they're kind of being reimagined anyways because of I downloaded it, whatever. Because of this card, the Magneton with the Overvolt Discharge ability, which can allow you to attach up to 3 basic energy cards from your discard pile to your Lightning Pokemon in order to knock this thing out. But that's kind of like that's a possibility for Lightning decks now. And I think this ability is kind of like insane. So you certainly want to be kind of thinking about this. Holy smokes, there's a lot of cards. Okay, to look at. This is crazy. But yeah, Magneton's an option. You probably are using Magneton, like blow up Magneton, accelerate the energy to Pikachu, and then you just, you blammo. That's probably the best way to charge energy onto Pikachu, and it's probably a closer, is how I'm kind of imagining the whole dynamic working. You could, of course, use Joltik to accelerate energy onto the Pikachu, but I don't really love that. And you could use a card like Crispin, right? You could do that. I mean, this card is it's very good. It reads very good. The attack is tough to pay for, but I think the ability is what tips this card over the edge, right? The ability is just like, oh, dang, like this card, even if you're like, you could potentially do 300 damage with the Pikachu, and your opponent like might not be able to respond with a 1-hit KO on the Pikachu, which is crazy. I mean, that's crazy. So that's a lot. Definitely. We got the Magneton here. The Magneton, I think, is a very good card as well. I think the Magneton is good in like the same way that Dusknoir is good. I mean, controlling prizes is crazy. I do think that, like Dusknoir is probably the better card, because Dusknoir, I think, is one of the most powerful cards in standard format right now. And it's such an insane card because it allows you to control the prize race by proactively taking knockouts. The Dusknoir, you can just accelerate the pace of the game during your turn. In a way, Dusknoir is like attacking twice. That's what it's like. Because you get to basically say, like, I'm going to, attack this and trade 1 for 1. And you just get to kind of skip your opponent's turn. Like, I'm gonna knock out the Dusknoir, knock out one of your Pokemon, pretend you knocked out my Dusknoir, and then I'm gonna launch the attack I want to launch. Like, it's crazy. It basically allows you to skip whole chunks of the game during your turn. That's why Dusknoir is so good. It allows you to just totally kind of eclipse entire trades that could or would happen, and it lets you decide when they happen. Magneton does not do that. Magneton is a very good card in that, it can trigger come from behind cards. It can allow you to sack a prize that you don't care about, especially if your opponent's trying to go 2-4-6 against your deck and knock out 3 2-prizers in order to win. You can sack a prize that you don't care about, the odd prize, in order to fully juice up another attacker, which is incredibly good. And Magneton could fix math for Briar. It could. I'm not sure that Magneton's going to be. I'm not sure that Magneton is going to get played in a deck that can easily search out Briar, and that's going to be something that's being used. But I do know ever since Flaffy rotated out of Standard, Miraidon has kind of wanted another way to get some extra energy into play. And Miraidon for a while was going through some growing pains where it was like, are we a deck that plays experience share now? Do we even play Raichu V? Like, how are we going to get those big knockouts when we need them? How are we going to have enough energy in play in order to survive a whole game? And as Jesse kind of showed the world, you just hit your you hit your electric generators, right? Just hit your... Get good, hit your generators, and just go fast, right? But the Magneton gives the Miraidon deck a little bit of late game oomph that I think that the archetype really wanted, and is going to be a card that kind of changes the way that we think about Miraidon decks. So definitely love that card. I think that card is incredibly good. I'm assuming this thing is not worth talking about. No, it is not. Okay. And then Fly. We've got a single prize. Dude, you are flirting with death. Fly. flying up in my face like that. Anyways, Terapagos, single prize turtle Pokemon. It's got the Prism Charge attack for 1 colorless energy. You can search your deck for up to 3 basic energy, all of different types, and attach them to your Terra Pokemon in any way you like. Oh, well, this card's crazy. Yeah, why even use the Joltik when you just do... I mean, I guess the Joltik technically accelerates 4 energy, but this thing only accelerates 3. This card's nuts. I'm not sure that... In, like, a Blissey deck, this is kind of the card that you would want to play. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, in Lightning decks, you can use Miraidon to search out Joltik. That's true. But in, like, anything else, you can only attach to Terra. Yeah. But I think this is still a good attack. I mean, like, Blissey decks would love this, right? Yeah, just search your deck for 3 basic energy of all different types and attach them to your Terra Pokemon. This is kind of a crazy card. What I think the most unfortunate thing about this card is that it doesn't benefit like Stage 2 Terra Pokemon like Cinderace. Because you would have to like rare candy into Cinderace and then use this to like power it. I guess like it almost does, but this card is going to be played with basic Terra Pokemon. That's who you're accelerating up, to with the Terapagos. I do wonder if the format is just like kind of too fast for cards like this, where you take a turn off in order to accelerate energy into play. Even if you look at like the future deck, where you could attack with Miraidon turn 1 and actually take knockouts, and actually take knockouts while accelerating energy into play. Like peak acceleration, this should be a good attack, right? I mean, 40 damage, it can do up to like 120 if you've got all of your Iron Crowns in play, and then you get to search your deck for 2 basic energy, attach it to your future Pokemon in any way you like. But then like this card isn't even good. This future deck is not even like it's like that is too slow. This used to be how we powered up Iron Hands EX, but then the Miraidon ended up just getting cut out of the equation entirely in favor of trying to hit your electric generators to get a turn 1 Iron Hands EX. So what does that say about the pace of the format right now? That says that the format is way too fast to play setup cards like this. Even in a deck like Turbo Iron Hands. Now you just use electric generator, you get the turn 1 Iron Hands. The turn 2 Iron Hands is too slow. Decks are already going to be set up by then. So you have to get the turn 1 Iron Hands. So this card may have a similar fate where it's kind of like a powerful card, but it's just not worth it. I think that, Cherubi kind of has a good point there. The thing is, if you have a 2 prize Pokemon in play, you better be attacking with it. And that's kind of that's the facts. Because look at standard format. We've got Roaring Moon EX, can just chase down and knock out whatever it wants on the first turn of the game. We've got Raging Bolt EX, which can chase down and knock out whatever it wants on the first turn of the game. Prime Catcher, Pokemon Catcher, all that. You've got Miraidon EX, which can potentially chase down and knock out whatever it wants on the first turn of the game. I guess. So the thought is like, are we going to just use this to accelerate to Pikachu? But aren't you just better off using... If you want to just lay down Pikachu and charge them up and try to attack with as many Pikachu as you can, aren't you just better off using Joltik to do that? Yeah, could a card like this be better post-rotation? It depends. I mean, decks like Raging Bolt and Roaring Moon are not rotating out of standard. Like, those are not strategies that are going away. So, those are the fastest strategies in Standard right now, and those strategies are not rotating. So I don't think that the format is necessarily getting too much slower with rotation. So yeah, I think Aura Dash is right. These kinds of setup attacks are just not really good enough for Standard format, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, these setup attacks are very good. And that's because Gym Leader Challenge is a format where the games can last, 6 to 10 turns. And in Standard format, your game is lasting 4 turns. And it's just not worth it to waste one of your precious 4 turns doing something like this when you have 2 prize liabilities in play. So that's the summation of it. We got Serrano is a supporter card. Allows you to search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon EX, reveal them, and put them into your hand. This is kind of like... There was a supporter that allowed you to search your deck for 3 Pokemon V, right? And put them into your hand. It got played in, like, Duraludon decks or something like that. Like Arc Dura decks, because all you wanted to do, Adventurer's Discovery. That was it. Yes, Adventurer's Discovery. Thank you. Yes. It literally is this. See, Phoenix Nightmare asks, this kind of supporter has never been good, has it? Well, this is why I bring up Adventurer's Discovery. Because Adventurer's Discovery, you read it and you're like, this card is terrible. But Adventurer's Discovery did have a use in Arceus Duraludon decks. And the reason why Adventurer's Discovery was actually good, because Arceus V-Star has a V-Star power that just allows you to go get whatever you want out of your deck. So, like, in a way, Adventurer's Discovery, you would just use it to go get Arceus and then use Arceus to go get whatever you want. And, like, that's kind of all the deck needed in order to work. So this card actually did end up seeing some use. Not a lot, but it did end up seeing some use. Serrano, I mean, it depends on the Pokemon EX you're searching out. Battle VIP Pass is rotated out of Standard format, and as it is right now, it's not like super easy to just go get 3 Pokemon EX. You could go get 2 basic Pokemon EX and a Squawk ability to allow you to squawk and seize and and go draw more cards. It really just depends on like the power level of Pokemon EX. You could imagine a card like Serrano being good if you had a stage 1 Pokemon EX that had like an evolve ability that just allowed you to go get 2 cards out of your deck, right? Like if there was a stage 1 Pokemon EX that said when you evolve this Pokemon into play, go search your deck for 2 trainers and put them into your hand, kind of like Ninetales GX, right? If there was a... Yeah. You could imagine if there was a stage 1 Pokemon in Standard that had the Mysterious Guidance ability, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you search your deck for 2 item cards and put them into your hand. Like, if that existed in Standard right now, then you could be like, oh yeah, well, all I have to do is, play Serrano, go get my Alola Ninetales, evolve, go get 2 other things. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good combo completer. If searching out Pokemon EX can help, like, complete a combo, then Serrano could be a good card for doing that. But it is kind of like a niche card. Is it Serrano? I don't know. I don't know. All right, Serrano, Kyrano. So anyways, I think he's okay. Could be okay. Serrano. Yeah, this card could be all right. Could be all right. TM Fluoride. What am I using? Mouthwash for a Grass, a water, and a psychic energy. Discard all energy from this Pokemon. If you do, heal all damage from each of your Terra Pokemon. That seems terrible. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't imagine a world where I want to waste this much energy and this many resources on using this. It just seems, this seems like the worst TM ever printed. It's a new TM, which is cool. I mean, we're getting another TM, right? So it means they haven't abandoned the TMs yet, which is neat. It is. But, oh, you could use it on Cramorant and use it for free? Aren't you just better off using Turo Scenario to heal things? Right? Using an attack to heal things. Like, you're wasting your attack to heal things. You know? I don't see this card ever being used. Stage 2 Terras doesn't matter. We live in a one-hit KO world. We live in a one-hit KO world. Roaring Moon EX. Raging Bolt EX. We live in a one-hit KO society. If you're going to heal things or deny knockouts, Turo Scenario already exists, and you don't need to use your attack in order to heal. Yeah, use a Doshbun EX if you're that concerned. Yeah, Doshbun EX is just exclusively better than this card. Anyways. There we go. Doshbun. You play this Pokemon from your hand, evolve one of your Pokemon, you heal all damage from each of your evolution Pokemon. This is better than that. And this card is bulk. So if you needed any proof of concept that card is bulk, there you go. Amped Amphitheater. Basic Pokemon in play, get plus 30 hit points. Why, dude? Why? Why would you do this? Basic Pokemon. Why? Why? Why, man? Why? Just why? Who thought that, like, oh yeah, we just need to get, you know what we need? We just need basic Pokemon to be bigger. That's what we need. Stage 2 Pokemon are really big. We just got to make our basic Pokemon even bigger. For sure. Good. I mean, think about this. If you've got this card in play, and you've got your, all right, and you've got your Terapagos EX, and you've got your Bouffalant out, right? And you've got your Hero's Cape or whatever on your Terapagos. I mean, you basically got like a 400 hit point Terapagos. Oh, thank you guys so much for those subs. Thank you, Pedrix, for the Prime sub and the 3 months, and P-Boy Floyd for the 50 months. Thank you so much for the support and the well wishes there. Appreciate you. Yeah, no Area Zero. I mean, I'm just saying that as like a kind of a conceptual thing. Just think about how beefy you can make basic Pokemon with this thing. Like, that's just so nuts. We do live in a one-hit KO world. I'm not sure that this card will even be played, but just why? Just why? That's the why? Why did we need to do this? I don't even think that this card is going to be good. But why does it exist? Did it need to exist? No. The max HP of all stage 2 Pokemon in play is reduced by 30. No, this is actually sick, okay? No, this doesn't bother me. This one bothers me. This one does not bother me. That's fine. Yeah. This does not bother me. Why? Because Charizard is too big. 300, like making Pokemon that have 330 hit points have less than 330 hit points, I'm good with that. Because a lot of decks could do 300 damage. So, like, all you have to do, because I was already thinking, like, how are you going to get this Pikachu? Dang it, keep downloading it. How are you going to get this Pikachu to knock out Charizard? I was like, you're going to have to play a Defiance Band with this thing? Like, that sucks. Nope. You just play Gravity Mountain. There you go. Couple of Gravity Mountains, and then blam. You could just do 300 damage to the Charizard. I think that, yeah, I think that, oh, Cobalion? I didn't think about that. That's true. Jesse, of course, he's already locked into the Pika strategy. Yeah, he's got it. You just could play, you play Cobalion. So the meta's going to be Pikachu and Charizard? Whoa, 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 whoa. Not so fast. But I do think Pikachu is good. However, I think this card is fine. Stage 2 Pokemon should be brought down a notch. They have their HP is too high. Now, I don't agree with buffing basics. However, I do think that we can bring the HP down a notch. I think that's okay. So no, I have no problem with Gravity Mountain. I think this card is great. I don't think that we need to be printing any more cards that buff basic Pokemon, though. Should be limited to rule box stage 2. What are we really doing? Are we really out here using our Gravity Mountain to bring non-rule box stage 2 hit point down? No, you're already knocking those Pokemon out in one hit. There's not a single prize stage 2 Pokemon that's surviving a hit from anything in standard format right now. So like that does not even matter. I don't know. I think this card could be used. There are niches where this card could be used. I'm not like totally sold on this card because having basic Pokemon that survive things is not really a viable strategy right now. Having stage 2 Pokemon that can survive things is, because they have 330 hit, like Charizard has 330 hit points. Yeah, thank you, Will R. and Daniel, for the Prime sub and the 37 months. Thank you so much for the continued support. Thank you, guys. All right, new Miracle Intercom is an ace spec. It allows you to put 2 supporter cards from your discard pile in your hand. That's funny. Someone just Friday, someone asked if Versus Seeker was an ace spec, would anyone play it? And then people in the chat were like, no. Which is funny because we literally got a Versus Seeker adjacent ace spec. It gets you 2 supporter cards back from your discard pile into your hand. I do think that control decks will think about this card, right? Because, hey, thanks, Will R. and Daniel, for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. I do think that control decks will actually have to, like, somewhat consider this because retrieving supporters is like a big thing that control decks want to do, but I don't really know that non-control decks will want to play this because the format, as I've said, is just too fast. Double Boss Back is pretty good, but yeah, Palpad could just do that. You know, so like, who cares? Ancient Box might consider it. Isn't just the Secret Box better in Ancient Box though? Isn't the Secret Box and Palpad just better? And you know that the answer is yes, right? I know they go straight to hand. I read the card. But I think that the Secret Box is just the better card for the Ancient Box decks. And for everything else, Palpad is just better. But for control decks, like, control decks don't have a lot of draw. So, like, putting the supporters directly to hand is, like, actually perfect for the control decks. Because they may want to just put those 2 supporters back to my hand instantly, and then I can just keep cooking, right? But for every other deck just has draw power. Like, you know, you have different Pheasantippides, you have Mew EX, you have all this other stuff to be able to do. And control decks don't have to play Prime Catcher as their ace spec. Control decks have a whole bunch of other different options that they can consider for their ace spec. So, you know, there's a lot of different things control decks can play for an ace spec. You could Silene the ace spec back. Exactly. Control decks will play this card. This is the premier ace spec for control decks. Yeah, Silene the Miracle Intercom back. That's crazy, right? Like, that's exactly what they wanted. This is exactly what they wanted. The Miracle Intercom. This is perfect control card. Dang. Yeah, that card's nuts for sure. But only for control decks. Zard could use it to bring back Briar. I still think Palpad's better in a deck like Charizard. Because you could just Palpad the supporter back in and then use Pidgeot to search it out. The one thing that the card does kind of allow you to do is if you're playing a Pokestop heavy deck, you could... If you're playing... The one thing that the Miracle Intercom allows you to do, if you're playing a non-control deck... Yo, thank you so much. Solavian for that sub in the 58 months. Thank you. What's the play for Louisville? Charizard Dusknoir. Palkia Turtles. Oh, is that what won Japan? I haven't even gotten to that part yet. Palkia Turtles won Japan? Oh, this is devastating. Oh, those results never translate. Come on now. 5,000 players? Those results never translate. Oh, Bolt won? That source is an error. Brandon's saying that that source is an error. Limitless has it as Bolt incorrectly. Finals was Bolt versus Lugia. Can't we just go... We'll fact check this. Independent fact checkers are about to go fact check independently. All right. Where is it? Which one of you is the Japanese Pokemon channel, man?
Champions League 表彰式です。最後詰め切る要因の一つになってるんでしょうね。さあ、あとはエネルギーを1枚つける。
Alright, this is looking like
これが最後のハードルです。
Lugia versus Bolt.
ようなタケルライコ EX のプレイングでした。そうですね。プライムキャッチャーもしっかり温存して最後。
And it's looking like that Bolt player is smiling.
気にポケストップからさらには逆手に取ることもできるポケギア。
Yes. It does appear as if Bolt has won. All right. Raging Bolt. Independent fact checkers have independently fact checked with video proof that Raging Bolt is the winner. However, as we know, we cannot just trust everything that the video tells us, because we did also witness Ian Robb win against his top 8 opponents at the World Championships, and that has not ended up what happened. So we have to make sure that there was no controversy. All right, are there any controversies here that could have reversed what happened? All right, we got to watch the celebration. All right, anything that could be construed as disrespectful. All right, no, we're gonna let the game stand. Whoa! 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 Hey! Oh! You can't do that! Was the slip signed? No! All right, so see, Lugia won. There we go. This is why you always independently fact check, folks. That's why you always have to independently fact check. Now we know why that there was discrepancy. Who really won? Crazy. I know. If you don't get the joke, I'm sorry. We're moving on now, okay? We're moving on. That bit is over. But anyways, Raging Bolt won. And that makes sense. Raging Bolt is just a very low to the ground, consistent, hard-hitting deck. In a best-of-1 format, Raging Bolt, like rising to the top, just makes a lot of sense. So that tracks. All right, let's open up Limitless, take a look at those results real quick. The Tokyo Champions League, 5,000 players. What? I said Charizard? Yeah, Charizard's still a good play. Yeah, Jacob asked, what do you play? Charizard. Yeah, Charizard. Charizard's still broken. Reggie Drago, broken. Raging Bolt, broken. Dang, look at that. With the Briar? Ain't no way you got the Briar in here, dude. No shots. Briar? Yeah, I'm going to get to the new cards in just a second. I'm just like, I didn't actually know what the results of this tournament were. However, I don't really feel like I need to cover it. Because, like, dude, we didn't even have, like, a new archetype. We got one new archetype up here. Palkia Noctowl. Everything else is stuff you could have seen at the World Championships, right? Why not Briar? Because you're going to have to attack with Teal Mask Ogerpon in order to use the Briar, and you don't have a way to reliably search out the Briar. That's why, right? You are Raging Bolt. You can get to the bottom of your deck, sure, but I guess you're saying against what? Against Charizard decks? Charizard can use Dusknoir to manipulate you around Briar, don't they? You do have 3 gears, okay. I wonder how many times he used Briar for game. That's all I'm asking. How many times do you think that they use Briar for game? I have my doubts. Every game? All right. Briar, it's interesting, for sure. I mean, a powerful card. You're a deck that goes 2/4/6. So being able to... And it does make sense because you're playing best of one, right? You're playing best of one, so you can kind of surprise somebody with the Briar, and then they don't have a chance to respond to it. So, that is interesting. It's interesting. The Briar is at least interesting. Lugia. I hate Lugia, dude. How does Lugia keep succeeding? This deck is so butt. The Lugia lists never change. I know. Lugia is... Man, I think Lugia is just... pure butt. Tools in Raging Bolt? I personally would never play Tools in Raging Bolt. Charms? No. 240 hit points is already plenty. You don't need to make them bigger. Just go fast. Yeah, I like cards like Trekking Shoes, Pokegear. Great. 3 Pokestop. I love this list. I think the list looks gorgeous. Power Class? No. No tools. No tools. Tools bad. Pokestop discards tools. Tools bad. I thank you, Riley, for that tier 2 sub in the 69 months. Appreciate you, Riley. 1 retrieval. You've got 3 Night Stretcher. Three Night Stretcher. And the 2 retrieval. You're chilling. The game only lasts 3 turns. How is the list wacky? This looks great, except for the Briar. I'm not convinced on the Briar, but everything else looks nuts. What could you swap Wire for? Bundle. Yeah, Bundler. The Bundler is like the only thing in here that I really want. Everything else looks great. 1 switch card. Prime Catcher is a switch. I love the 3 Pokestop. That's like my favorite part about this list. I think that's hot. That is certainly very cool. Yeah, this guy's got the bundler. This guy doesn't have the shoes. He's got the charms, though. Yeah. You don't even need those cards. Raging Bolt, huh? Raging Bolts. It's just a one-hit KO world, and we're all living in it. All right, more cards. More cards. Let's talk about them. More cards have just been revealed from Supercharged Breaker at Japan's Champions League. The set will release on October 18th, along with Paradise Dragona. It will form our Surging Sparks set in November. Yeah, I'm not into the charms. Yeah. Lean into the stop 100% and just lean into the Pokestop lifestyle. Pokestop lifestyle, you don't need no tools. Melodic EX has 270 HP and the Sparkling Scales ability, which prevents all damage from and effects done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Terra Pokemon's attacks. Whoa. Okay, so he just can't be damaged by Terra Pokemon EX. That's crazy. That's just 100%. So, like, All right. Compare that to like Cornerstone, right? Cornerstone Mask, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon that have an ability. This guy can't be damaged by any Terra Pokemon at all. I think Melodic is good in the same way that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is good. In fact, you could have a deck that played Melodic and Cornerstone Mask. You just play all the annoying Pokemon. And then you just put whichever annoying Pokemon stops your opponent from doing what they need to do, that's the one you go with. Yeah. The new Noivern decks are going to play this. Yeah, Melodic, Noivern, Cornerstone. All the most annoying Pokemon. Mimikyu. Yep. So that's cool. Personally, I think it's kind of nice to have Pokemon that are checks and balances to the overpowered Pokemon in the format. So, isn't Mimikyu and this the same thing? Mimikyu only does 70 damage. Melodic actually can finish a game. That's nice. And no, Mimikyu gets damaged by effects of attacks. So, importantly, Mew EX can hit through Mimikyu. Because Mew EX can copy Mimikyu's attack and place damage counters on it. This card cannot get hit by effects of attacks. It can't get hit by Dragapult EX. Of course, Canceling Clone. Yes, all of these decks are always going to be a check on like, but how many Canceling Clone lists are you going to play? Charizard decks are going to get greedier and greedier. They're trying to fit Briar in them. They're trying to fit, other cards. We just saw the list from the... trying to fit more Dusknoir. We just saw the list from the Champions League was not even playing an Iron Bundle. So pushing around cards like Noivern could be hard. It's interesting. The card's at least interesting. And then the attack does 160 auto sleep. It's pretty good. Oh, you can't be hit with Frenzied Gouging. No Frenzied Gouging. And, yeah, Charizard doesn't knock you out with a double Dusknoir either. Just saying. Oh, he isn't Terra. All right, never mind. I'm trolling. I'm sorry. It only stops Terra. Yeah, someone in the chat said that someone's gonna think that this stops all EXs, and I already am that person. All right, so yeah, Moon hits this easy. Yeah. But with a mist energy on it. There we go. It's at least interesting. Raging Bolt kills it too. Well, that's why we got to play Noivern, folks. Tapu Koko, search your deck for 2 lightning Pokemon and put them into your hand. If you have more prize cards, maybe it does 180. They're just better lightning cards. This guy, dude. This is just broken in Gym Leader Challenge for sure, right? This thing seems quite good in Gym Leader Challenge format. It seems insane in Gym Leader Challenge format. But even in standard format, like, why not in standard format, right? But I guess, okay. In standard format, the problem with a card like this in standard format is that the game doesn't last enough turns. Because the game doesn't last enough turns. You are only maybe having like 2 opportunities to proc it. So in standard format, I don't think this card is worth playing. On a coin flip, this card's not worth playing because you're only trying to take 3 knockouts to win the game regardless, right? You're trying to go 2, 4, 6. And like setting up your attackers is already hard enough. You don't want to have to set up this Pokemon to like maybe have a chance at taking what? You take an extra prize and you go, instead of 2, you go 3, and then you still have to go 4, 3, 5, 7. But with Briar, but then you're setting up just way too much, right? You're like, all right, if I get my Togekiss out and I flip a heads and I get my Briar, sure. That's not really happening though, right? Play it in a single prize Azumarill deck. Yeah, you could play it if you could set it up. You're so mad when I Great Tree this out in Raging Bolt and go 3-6. You're right, Riley. I would be very mad if you use this in Raging Bolt and go 3-6. You're right. I'd be livid if that happens. I don't think that's going to happen. But in Gym Leader Challenge card, in Gym Leader Challenge, this card is sick. Somebody asked, Instaban and GLC? Absolutely not. You gotta let the people play. You want to flip some coins? Go ahead. You want to set up a Pokemon that doesn't even have a guarantee? You want to set up a Stage 2 Pokemon that doesn't even have a guaranteed effect? Like, sure. That's fine. I think it could be good in Gym Leader Challenge, but not Instaban worthy. It does with Wilt? Well, then you got to play a crappy supporter. The ability is not limited to once per turn. Well, then you got to be taking like 2 or 3 knockouts at a time. Banned Raikou before you got to play with it with Joltik. Y'all have been playing with Raikou for long enough. By the time Joltik and Magneton were coming out, y'all had gotten to play with Raikou for years. I don't want to hear it. This card seems fine. Dude, you've already got the Guzzlord. We've already got Guzzlord around in Gym Leader Challenge. Guzzlord is a better card than Togekiss by a lot. Am I wrong? No. Guzzlord is way better. 150 hit point Pokemon, takes 2 prizes, does 120 damage. Yeah, Guzzlord's way better than Togekiss. Togekiss is a stage 2 Pokemon that doesn't actually do anything. Actually has a really good attack. All right. I'm tripping. This attack is great. All right, this card's kind of awesome, actually. This card's really good in Gym Leader Challenge. I didn't realize the attack was great. But Togekiss lets you use any attacker, but Togekiss also has a coin flip. Yeah, Togekiss is cool. You at least gotta let people play with Togekiss. It's 100 damage. It's 140. The card's right here. Why does the card say translation? I don't know. It was getting copy pasted from somewhere, or is a typo. Togekiss doesn't need to be the one attacking. However, I do hate wasting resources on Pokemon that can't attack, right? No, the ability can't stack. But 3 colorless for 140 damage is really good. Because with Dimension Valley, that's just 2 colorless energy. So you could use counter energy, you could use double colorless energy, you could use twin energy. Nah, it's cool. People can't. Psychic does already have a lot of good bench support, so one more is tough. Right. People, you can't play everything. If anything, Togekiss just gives you a different way to play Psychic, which is cool, right? And it just so happens that the game designers love Psychic Pokemon. Why do they love Psychic Pokemon? I don't know. Imagine if Fairy was still a thing and Fairy got this card. Fairy enjoyers would be so happy. But the game designers just love purple cards for whatever reason. And they love darkness cards. Hydreigon EX. Hydreigon is certainly like one of my favorite darkness Pokemon. This card is super cool. Probably like one of my favorite dragon Pokemon too. As long as this Pokemon's on your bench, obviously, can't be damaged on the bench. And then it's got 2 attacks, Crash Heads, 200 damage. Discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. And then Obsidian for 4 energy. Does 130 damage to the active and 130 damage to your opponent's bench Pokemon. All right. Now, I know a lot of you guys are going to be thinking that this card is good because you like Darkness Pokemon and you like Hydreigon. I get it. I also like Hydreigon. I think Darkness Pokemon are cool, but this is not a good card, okay? And I hate to break it to you guys. It's not a good card. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything better than anything else. Is it the best mill strategy? No. Is it the best spread strategy? No. It's not the best at Is it the best stage 2 Pokemon? No. Does it have the most efficient attacks? No. Does it knock out anything in one hit? No. Milling 3 with 200 damage is so good? Not really. You're not even one-hit KOing anything. Is he handsome? Yes. The best way to mill things is to use Great Tusk. Tusk Mill is the best mill strategy. This guy gives up 2 prizes. It's like, you're not a good mill deck. You're not a good attacking deck. You're not a good spread deck. You're not a good deck. I'm sorry. 240 with Pecharunt and Mochi. Yeah, yes. But it's not worth it. You're setting up all of this. You got to have all these different. You got to have a tool attached to them. You got to have 2 energy. You got to have to play Dark Patch. You're playing Dark Patch too. All of that to like miss one-hit KOs on things. It's just, I'm telling you that I'm trying to help you understand that this is not a competitive card. However, you may see some silly decks on YouTube where people build a deck with this card and they're like, wow, look how crazy it is. But it's not going to ever do anything good. Okay, it's not a good card. Just like Cinderace EX is not a good card. Hey, thank you, Ghost of Cletus, for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you, Ghost of Cletus. He will look very nice in your binder. Yeah, it's just, this is a binder card, guys. It's a binder card. Now, thank you, Thea, for the sub. 32 months. There could be a really cool secret, secret rare of this. If it gets a cool secret rare, awesome. I'm a huge high, and I get it. Do you guys know how badly? Do you guys know how badly I wanted this card to be good? You know how cool this card is? Do you know how cool this card is? I wanted this card to be good so badly. This was the first Hydreigon ever printed. And I know where you guys are coming from because I started playing in 2011. Noble Victories was my first ever set. Noble Victories was my first pre-release. My first event that I ever attended was a Noble Victories pre-release, and I saw this card being pulled, and I immediately started thinking, I was like, oh yeah, how do we make a broken Hydreigon deck, right? And it just was never good. But it had a cool spread attack. I was like, wow, you can Berserker Blade, you can attach double colorless to it, you know, 60 and 40 to damage to 2 Pokemon, that's broken. Yeah, it just wasn't good. It wasn't good. But I wanted it to be good. I did. I wanted it to be so good. I really did. And it was hard for me to accept that. I used to do a lot of brewing with this card. Right? And it's like now we got just typical Hydreigon stuff. It's not good. Unfortunate. It's not good. This card is better. 1 dark, discard 2. Like, literally, Zweilous is better than Hydreigon. This guy is discard 2 for 1. Stomp off, discard 1? Okay. Now we got a mill deck. We got a whole mill deck on our hands. We're just going to go turn 1 mill, turn 2 mill. It's still not worth it. It's not worth it. I think if you want to do a mill deck, you're better off doing Great Tusk. That's just the way it is. I know it's sad, but it's true. Anyway, we can try it. We can try it on stream when it comes out. It sounds okay, but this is the thing. Are you a mill deck or are you an attacking deck? You're not doing any one thing good enough, you know? Like, you're not a good enough attacker and you're not a good enough miller. You're not good enough at doing either of the things. You're a mixed bag. You're not a good enough spread Pokemon, you're not a good enough mill Pokemon, and you're not a good enough attacker. Sorry. What's the threshold for that first attack to be good? It's got to cost 1 darkness energy, first of all. It's got to cost 1 dark. The 2 darkness energy is honestly a deal break. If you want my honest assessment on like how to make this card good, the attack has to cost 1 darkness energy, no damage, mill 6. I think you're actually right, Fortitude. Yeah. The attack can't cost 2 energy. That's too much. You need too much to like consistently get the 2 energy on it. You're going to miss attacks and it's going to be terrible. Yes, there's a Hydreigon that can accelerate to this one. However, you don't want to have to set that up. You're going to have to do other stuff. Yeah, 0 damage, your opponent can't retreat, mill 6. Something like that. The damage is irrelevant. If you're going for a mill attack, the damage is irrelevant. Crispin, yeah, but no. That doesn't work. It's too slow. It's too slow. Use counter gain. I still think, but then you have to waste. This is the thing. Yes, there are ways to attack with it. And this is, I think, the point that everybody's missing. There are ways to get the 2 energy requirement. However, they require that you put more crap in your deck, okay? You don't want to have to put counter gain in your deck. You don't want to have to put your ace spec as Neo upper energy. You don't want to have to find that. You don't want to have to put dark patch in your deck. You don't want to have to play those cards. You want to just focus on the milling and the disruption. You want to be able to play cards like Crushing Hammer. You want to play cards like Counter Catcher. You want to be able to play cards like that. So, like, the mill has to be easier to mill because you're a stage 2. So, like, somebody said, like, yeah, okay, well, Hydreigon, you can play whatever supporter you want as your turn. Yes, but on the other side of the coin, you have to set up a stage 2. Like, sure, you can play whatever supporter you want. However, you have to set up a stage 2 Pokemon. Whereas Great Tusk Mill, you have to play Sada or Explorer's Guidance, but you're milling with a basic, and you're milling 4 every turn. And this thing gives up 2 prizes. And the whole point of a mill deck is that you want to prolong the game so that you have more time to mill. So then I ask, with the Hydreigon deck, are you trying to mill? Are you trying to win by taking 6 prizes? Or are you trying to win by milling your opponent out of cards? I would argue that this card is bad at doing both. And that's why the card's bad. It's not good at either of its win cons. Now, that stinks if you're a Hydreigon fan. I like Hydreigon. Hydreigon's my favorite dragon Pokemon. Of course I want this thing to be good, but it's not. You know, you just look at it. It's not. It's not good enough to do. 200 for 2 is a fine attack? No, it's not. It's not a good enough attack for standard format right now. 200 for 2 damage. All right, let's compare you to the best stage 2 in standard right now. As far as attacking goes, why would you ever play this card? If you're trying to take 6 prizes, why would you ever play this card over Charizard EX? 2 energy, 200 damage. Charizard EX, 2 energy can do up to 330 damage. And it accelerates the energy to itself. Because I like him more. Well, yeah. But that's not what we're talking about. Zen says, I think the only attack that matters is the second one. Well, if you think that the second attack is good, why would you ever use this attack over Regidrago V-Star with Kyurem? Huh? Regidrago with Kyurem is just better. Or Palkia with Radiant Greninja and Dusknoir. Those strategies are all easier, are all better. And then you have to get 4 energy on this thing on a stage 2. Yeah, so I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But yeah, the Hydreigon is not a good card. The Hydreigon, it doesn't achieve, it's not a good enough spread Pokemon. It's not a good enough mill Pokemon, and it's not a good enough attacker. It fails at all 3. It's kind of mid at doing all of those things. So if you want to play a mid rogue deck, sure. I'll allow that. If you want to play like a Cinderace EX tier, like this card is about as good as Cinderace EX. Probably worse, actually. Cinderace EX at least one-hit KOs things. So no, this card is worse than Cinderace EX. And that stings. I know. Some of you guys thought the Cinderace was good. I knew that it wasn't. I told you it wasn't. Tried to tell you guys it wasn't. Cinderace is better than this card. And Cinderace is really bad. Zard does whatever amount of damage you want because you can just blow up Dusknoir and you can force it to 200 on the turn that you want to. It'll be a fun YouTube video for rogue content creators, of course, right? Like anybody who wants to make silly deck YouTube video, of course you will see silly deck YouTube videos with Hydreigon. Of course you will. Of course you will. If Jesse wins a regional with this, does it change things? Jesse's not going to win a regional with Hydreigon. Nobody's going to win a regional with Hydreigon. Nobody's top 8ing a regional with Hydreigon. This card is going into the bulk. No, Little Dark Fury is not going to break Hydreigon. No, this card is bulk, guys. Bulk, 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 bulk. Bulk. Anyways, let's look at Tatsugiri EX. Sneaky Pump. For a fire and a water. Now, I could help. Listen, on the channel here, we like building and messing around with silly rogue decks, okay? Are we going to try and build and mess around with the silly Hydreigon deck? Sure, we will. I'll give it a shot. But, like, I am trying to tell you guys that it's also not a good deck, though. Like, I don't want you guys to, like, have any misconceptions that the card is actually good, because it's definitely not. Tatsugiri. 100 damage. Ignores all effects. Cinnabar Lure. Look at the top 10 cards of your deck. Choose any number of Pokemon you find there and put them onto your bench. This is this the worst Terra Pokemon? I think this is the... Oh, you could cheat stage 2s onto your bench. Ah, it's still terrible. You could put stage 2 Pokemon onto your bench that way. Lapras is worse. Lapras, no. Lapras, you could accelerate energy onto Lapras and one-hit KO things. It gives Drago a slash attack. You could just use Tina V right now. Yeah, cheat stage 2s into play and lose 2 prizes instantly. Not worth it. Guys. All right. We've seen Vaporeon VMAX. Put a water Pokemon from your discard pile onto your bench. If you do, attach up to 3 water energy cards from your discard pile to that Pokemon. Was Vaporeon VMAX good? No, it was bad. Kingdra. Put up to 3 water Pokemon from your discard pile onto your bench. All right, the fly is right here. It's on my mouse. I got it. He is dead! No! 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 I thought he was dead, bro. I smacked him and I stunned him and he was just dead on my mouse pad. And then I went to go like scoop him up to throw him away, and then he flew off. He was dead on the mouse pad. I swear he was dead, dude. But he was just stunned. I can't believe he flew. Oh, hopefully you learned a lesson there. You got to go for the double tap. I know. Premature celebration. I know. God. I can't believe it. I was going to scoop his guts off a mouse pad, but there were no guts. He was just stunned. It did have Focus Sash, yeah. It had Focus Sash on. That thing was crazy. Anyways, King's Order, put up to 3 water Pokemon from your discard pile on your bench. Is Kingdra good? No. So then let me ask you. Will it be worth it to attach 3 energy to a 160 hit point basic Pokemon EX to not even guarantee get stage 2 Pokemon into play? You have to look at the top 10 cards of your deck, and then you have to put Pokemon. It's bad. Card's bad. Card is bad. Heals 60 damage from this Pokemon, but he's only got 60 hit points. Hit 3 chops. What if you go for this attack? First of all, you got to get a fire, a water, and a darkness onto it. Then you got to hit the chops. No, dude. Absolutely not. Slacking EX. Holy moly. 340 hit points. If your opponent has no Pokemon EX or Pokemon V in play, this Pokemon can't attack. I think he kind of stinks. With Bouffalant, 400 hit points? No, Bouffalant only works on basics. Y'all. 280 for 2 colorless is efficient. Bouffalant only works on basics. Stop right there. The problem with this guy is you want to use him with double turbo energy, right? But then you're only doing 260 damage, and you have to get a stage 2 Pokemon into play who has a slacking off clause. So like against some decks, your opponent can just keep you from even being able to use it. If your opponent just doesn't put a Pokemon V or a Pokemon EX into play, your opponent, like say you're playing a Charizard deck, right? And your opponent's starting to set up their slacking deck or whatever. Like, your opponent can just have a board full of Charmanders, and then your slacking literally can't damage a board full of Charmanders. How terrible is that? That's terrible. Like, you can't start attacking until they've get a Pokemon V or a Pokemon EX into play. Yes, it's better than Hydreigon. Yeah, of course it's better than Hydreigon. Everybody's better than Hydreigon. Hydreigon is terrible. Not as terrible as Tatsugiri. Hydreigon's better than Tatsugiri. Well, now I know exactly what YouTube video to make, because I know everybody's going to want to see the Hydreigon deck. So I'm going to have to really cheese some wins. I'm going to make a terrible Hydreigon deck, and I'm going to really cheese some wins, and everybody's going to gobble it up. People are going to be like, dang, Mahone, you broke Hydreigon. That's crazy. You guys are going to love it. Jesse will throw for content. That's what I'm talking about, Jesse. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Jesse, when we stream this set together inevitably, you got to throw versus the Hydreigon deck, dude. Do not beat the Hydreigon deck. Throw, just clueless. I would deceive you. I don't know. How many of you watched a video on Cinderace EX that said Cinderace was good? How many of you guys have watched a YouTube video on a bad deck and thought it was good? How many of you? How many of you have ever watched a YouTube video on a bad deck and came away thinking it was good, and then you learned that bad deck was not good, but then you keep going back and finding more bad decks on YouTube? I mean, yeah, we all do it, okay? And you're like, no, for real this time. This one's going to be this time. I know, Cinderace EX, that was a bust, but this time Hydreigon's going to be broken this time. Bad decks waste my gems. I know, right? It's just the way things go. Blatantism says, back when I was getting into standard and knew nothing, I saw your set to Scorch Mill deck with the with Diancie. I bought the pieces. That's what's up. But people want the bad. They crave the bad decks though. So you see, you can't just play the winning decks. People crave bad decks. That's what they want. They don't want what's good for them. They want McDonald's. They want Taco Bell. They want Wendy's. They want greasy cheeseburger. Okay? Nobody wants to eat a salad. Nobody wants the salad. Okay? They want the greasy cheeseburger. People want the underdog story. It's true. People don't want to see the Chiefs win another football game, all right? They want to see the Carolina Panthers win with Sam Darnold. That's what they want to see. They don't want to see the Chiefs. They don't want to see Taylor Swift. I'm tired of Patrick Mahomes. I'm tired of Travis Kelce. Is it Andy Dalton? What's his name? Sam Darnold? All right, Andy Dalton. I'm sorry. He's another D guy. Andy Dalton. My bad. I got him mixed up. Yeah, Andy Dalton. Sam Darnold, Andy Dalton. Oops. Yeah. You guys got the joke, though. Andy Dalton. Yeah, sorry. I'm not a Bengals fan, so I'm unfamiliar with that dude. Sam did play with the Panthers a few years ago. Nice. All right. I'm not totally off base. There we go. But yes, they want to see the Panthers win with their backup quarterback. All right, here's the fly back from the dead. Andy Dalton, yeah. Alex Holtz, my buddy, is a Bengals fan. He was telling me all about Andy Dalton last night and how Bengals fans endured years of Andy Dalton. I love to see an old man get another attempt in the spotlight, though. That's great. As a fellow old man myself, I'm always rooting for the Darnold is 25, Dalton is 45. That's what I'm saying. I'm always rooting for the old men. As a fellow old man myself. The fly's not on my shirt, but you did make me look. I know. Hearing the way that the commentators talk about like Derrick Henry, they're like, you know, he's 30 years old. His bones are disintegrating. Like, he's got to be at the end of the line. Yeah, how could he possibly keep going? He's so old. Yeah, Andy Dalton did casually end Bryce Young's career. Yeah. Yes, Buzzcut. I ran 20:30 in the 5K this weekend. Yes, I did. Well, let's go. I had a great 5K outing. I was very excited about that. I'm trying to get back into shape. So this was it's the first 5K that I've ran in probably 8 years. You saw that, right? You guys saw the fly, did you not? Sending Bryce Young to the not the Shanghai Sharks. not the Shanghai Sharks. Oh yeah, Barkley looked good. Yeah, Barkley looked insane. I have to hand it to him. Yeah, Barkley did look nuts. Yeah, thank you, Knife, for that Prime sub in the 30 months. Thank you, thank you. We need to crowdsource Tricky a Fly Swatter. A Fly Swatter would just make this whole thing just way easier, though. Isn't it exciting to try and watch me, you know, do it Karate Kid style? Jasmine's Gaze. Supporter card. During your opponent's next turn, each of your Pokemon takes 30 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. Colberberry. Whenever the Pokemon's card's attached to is damaged by an attack from your opponent's dark Pokemon, this Pokemon takes 60 less damage from the attack. This is literally a Charizard hate card. It's an attempted Charizard. Attempted Charizard hate card. Yeah. I don't know. As it is right, there are points in the game where defensive cards have been really impactful. I'm not like totally convinced we're at a point in the game where defensive cards matter when we got cards like Dusknoir in the cards like Dusknoir in the format. I'm not entirely convinced that we're there. All right, this card is good in Gym Leader Challenge. This card is maybe okay for your Cornerstone Mask, and the other guy that people are playing Cornerstone Mask with. Yeah, anyways, for your Cornerstone Mask and Noivern. Yep, that's it. This guy's okay for your Cornerstone Mask and Noivern deck. This guy is good in Gym Leader Challenge, but nothing else. This guy is good for getting a lot of views on YouTube and nothing else. This guy is good for nothing. This guy is also good for nothing. And these cards, I'm not convinced. Pikachu is interesting and has an incredible ability. I mean, the ability is just fantastic. And it's a Terra Lightning Pokemon, which means that Miraidon decks can use Pikachu instead of that Mewtwo to expand their bench. But then also, you have access to Topaz Bolt, which is just like an incredible attack, doing 300 damage. Yeah. Accelerating that amount of energy onto it is a little bit awkward, but there are definitely ways to do it. You could use Joltik. You could use the new Magneton. Yeah. Certainly have options. Miraculous Intercom is insane for control decks, but I don't think that many other decks love this card outside of control. Not on the studio display. Don't make me smack my studio display. All right. And then Gravity Mountain is cool, but Exciting Stadium is not very exciting if you ask me. Crispin, I don't love Crispin. I'm not like not big on Crispin. Did you guys see the artwork winner? Very cool. Overall, artist winner, very cute. Very cute Pikachu. Huge congratulations to Kazuki Minami for this awesome illustration. Best regular TCG art was this for Alligator. It was very cool, expressive art that was wonderful to see. And then the best EX card was this Toxtricity. I think the illustrator of the Toxtricity did a really good job of kind of like emulating Pokemon style while making it creative in their own. So, dang, this is the trophy that the illustrators get. That's nuts. Whoa, man, that's cool. The 6 first-place runner-ups were announced and will each receive $1,000. He's nice. Very nice. That's nice. Not the biggest fan of that one. That's okay. This one rocks. Yeah, I love that. That one's really cool. Flygon's nice. Very nice. Cool. And then the Judge Awards, will receive $500. That's nice. I like this Eevee. That's cool. He looks epic. Why is he glowing? I don't know, but he's cool though. He's going Super Saiyan mode. Super Saiyan mode. I do like this one. I remember this one. Seeing this as an entrant. This one reminds me a lot of like the very early for Alligator, which is cool. It reminds me a lot of like this one. They're different, but I feel like they've got a similar kind of aura to them. Charizard in the rain. And a roaring moon in the back. It's kind of cool. That's cute. That is a roaring moon, isn't it? Charizard, that's a roaring moon. It's got to be a roaring moon. That's a very cute Pikachu. All right, this one, man. That's perfection right there. As is this. Absolute perfection on the Bidoof front. Oh, he's nice. That's nice. Charizard was an option. That's cool. Oh, I like that Absol a lot. Melmetal. Cool. All right. Sweetness. Now I'm going to attempt to download and play Pokemon TCG Pocket on Thursday. That is when the game is available for its soft beta launch in New Zealand. So I'm going to have to rig up some devices that make me look like I'm in New Zealand in order to try and show the game off. So that is what we are going to be doing. And we're going to be attempting to do that anyway. So that may or may not work, but the New Zealand beta launches on Thursday. So that is Thursday's plan. On Wednesday, I've got Jesse Parker coming in for some future standard. We're going to be showing off new decks. Going to be showing off new decks from like the theme decks that I've opened, like maybe the Surledge, stuff like that. Maybe some other stuff. We'll figure it out. Surledge would be fun. That'd be cool. And yeah, today, tomorrow, doing TCG Live stuff. Friday, we'll either do TCG Live or Pocket if it works or whatever. Anyways, I'll be right back after this quick break. We're going to start playing some Pokemon TCG Live on, the old desktop here. So hang tight, and I will be right back after this break. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Stepping into fall. Some beautiful new fall time accessories on the greatest game ever made. Let's go. Last time I was kind of working on this this funny Dusknoir Charizard deck. I'm down to work on that a little more. Seemed kind of fun. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what it is that we can do. I do think Dusknoir has a lot of... Dusknoir just seems so broken. The more I play with it, it seems broken. It didn't show up at the Champions League in Japan at all. Not really in a meaningful kind of way. But the high end of playing with Dusknoir is just like so high. You just completely board wipe and control what your opponent can do. Totally lock them out of games. All that. Knock out their setup Pokemon before they have a chance to use them. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Looks like I'm going first against a Raging Bolt deck. I've got Rotom in the active. I could have started Radiant Charizard, but I didn't feel like it. Radiant Charizard is really tough to move. It's got a retreat cost of 3. I did get punished because I'm opening against a Raging Bolt, but that's okay. Let's start setting up some fellows and see what we could do. If my opponent does decide to knock out my Rotom, then I could certainly punish them for that. So that's what we're gonna try and do. We'll get a Charmander out and a Duskull, and then let's Pokestop. See what we get there. Ultra Ball. We discard the Fez and a Force Seal Stone. That's fine. There's still another Force Seal Stone in the deck. The Defiance Band I probably won't even need if they do take this turn 1 knockout on the Raging Bolt. The Super Rod is nice because it gets me the Fez back into the deck, which is quite good. I do think I probably want to bench the Radiant Charizard. And then I could Ultra Ball away the Rod and the Defiance Band, or I could Ultra Ball away 2 things. I don't really necessarily even want to do that, though, so I'm just going to instant charge. Draw 3 cards. Got double Arven, got the Force Seal Stone, Defiance Band. If they are able to knock out this Rotom, then I could potentially respond with a Radiant Charizard. I just have to get 3 energy onto it. So all I have to do is Rare Candy Charizard, promote Radzard, and then Combustion Blast their Raging Bolt. That could tie us up at 2-2 prizes while promoting a single prize Pokemon on my side. I've got the Night Stretcher in hand, so if they do take a knockout, I can Fezandipity for even more draw, which is quite good. And if my opponent doesn't get anything going, well, that would just be wonderful. Their stop hit didn't seem great. They got a Vessel and nothing else. Discarded a Stadium and I think another Raging Bolt. But here's Lumineon, so They should be able to Luminion for a Sada, and then Sada to both bolts. And probably get the turn 1 Bellowing Thunder. All they need is a Lightning Energy. And they can manually attach to this guy and knock out my Rotom. And there we are. Okay, they don't have a lot else going on right now, but they don't need a lot. I mean, Raging Bolt is just a very aggressive, hard-hitting deck. They do have Squawk and Fez. All right, now that is the whole unit. As a Charizard attacking deck, I do have to look out for Teal Mask Ogerpon can knock out my Charizards, but that's okay. We do play a Vacuum. That Charm is kind of annoying on the Raging Bolts. I do have Vacuum, so I could get rid of that if I need to. Them taking 2 prizes here is certainly kind of tough. We're going to try and just attack with Radiant Charizard over and over again. Is I think kind of the primary strategy that we're gonna try and employ. So here comes Radzard, and let's get after it. 3 Ultra Ball in the hand is kind of weird. Don't love that. Let's start by drawing some cards. Nice stretcher for Fez and go. See what we get here. We did find Iono. Iono is nice. Let's go. Pokestop? No, not Pokestop first. We're going to go Ultra Ball away to Arven. That's fine. I'm 10 short of taking the knockout with a Defiance Band. That's kind of annoying. Okay. And we can go get a Charizard, and then I can Ultra Ball for my other Rotom, and could attach the Force Seal Stone to it, and then I could use Force Seal Stone. That seems fine. I'll get the Vacuum later. Ultra Ball away these. Get Rotom. Is my Vacuum in here? It is. Okay. Do that. Do that. Get that. Put this here. Force Seal Stone here. I suppose I could just go for a rare candy so I don't have to use the Force Seal Stone. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. I'd go for it. I'm kind of nuts, actually. Dang. Yeah. Wow. I mean, when you're good, right? Let's go. And then we go Lost Vacuum away the switch. Yeah. Get rid of that. And then I am going to need that Rod later because I'm about to sack 3 energy, but that's fine. Here we go. And I got a rare candy Dusknoir, which is kind of cool. But I don't want to do that yet because I don't want to give them an extra card. So I'm not going to do that. That's fine. I would have liked... I mean, I think I only had 3 fire in the deck, so I literally prized 2 fire, so I can't attack with that Charizard. Or I can't attach to the Charizard, which is fine. We're just going to Combustion Blast. Take that KO. and see what's up. Now, what's crazy is if my opponent doesn't take 2 prizes this turn, I could just win next turn. I could go double Dusknoir, Prime Catcher, game, right? If they don't take 2 prizes, which is why this deck is so crazy. If they don't take 2 prizes, well, they got Prime Catcher, so that's going to really help. But if they don't take 2 prizes, if they do take 2 prizes, then I'm in a situation where I bring up Radiant Charizard again. And I'm going to probably bring up their Pheasantipity and Iono them to 2. Because I've still got my V-Star power. So they have 1 or 2 choices. They could either bring up my Rotom, and they can knock it out, and leave my Fez, or they bring up the Fez, and knock it out, and leave my Rotom. So I'm probably going to be able to piece together an Iono to 2, Prime Catcher your Fez, knockout. And then we're in a situation where we can kind of just win. I cut the Briar from my list because I haven't used it yet. So, like, I don't know if we actually need to play the Briar. My opponent plays Forest Sealstone in the Raging Bulk deck. Dang, that's crazy. Here comes Area 0. Teal Dance. I do kind of fully expect them to take 2 prizes this turn. It's fine, that leaves the Radzard. If they take 2 prizes, it is technically possible for me to clear all 2 prizers off my bench, I think. I think so. I think I can just fill my entire board with single prizers. Because they have Area 0 underdepths in play. So all I have to do is counter that, bump all my guys, and then force them to take a single prize, and then I take 2 prizes for game. So let's see what they end up doing. I know they have Prime Catcher in their hands. They may just knock out the Radzard. If they knock out the Radiant Charizard, maybe they're trying to Briar my Charizard for game. But I don't know why they would rely on using Briar if I have Dusknoir. Like, I can play around that. So let's see. Yeah, they're going to knock out the Radzard. Okay, I have a chance to win this turn. Isn't that crazy? I can win this turn. I can just win this turn. Double Dusknoir. Knock out the active game. That's nuts. That's why this deck is so crazy. All right. And you left my V-Star and you left my Fez. That's just crazy. So, let's go. First things first, flip the script. Yep. Rare Candy into Dusknoir. And then Ultra Ball. These. Go get Dusknoir. And then I need a Fire Energy, so we need Night Stretcher. I don't have any Arvin left in the deck, so I can't go Luminian for it. But I got my Forest Seal Stone still, so we got that, and that's it. We go Night Stretcher, Charizard, and this is game over. Here, Curse Blast to the Squawk, send up Charizard, and then we Curse Blast to the Squawk again. Take our 2 prizes. I probably hit a Fire Energy right here because I did prize 2. But if I don't, I've still got my Forest Seal Stone, and I could just go get the Night Stretcher for the Fire for game. There's the fires. And here we are. That is Combustion Blast and GG's 2 prizes. Game over. Thanks for playing. Nice to know ya. Goodbye. And that is our Turbo Dusknoir Charizard deck. Didn't even need to attack with Charizard EX. Blammo. Let's go. Yeah, Captain Nightfall is kind of it's really good at dealing with the 2-4-6 trade because you've got the Radiant. You're basically a Dusknoir Radiant Charizard deck. Is Dusknoir legal in GLC? It is, but it's not this broken. Because what makes Dusknoir so broken is the ability to like pop 2 at a time. Because you just accelerate the pace of the game. You don't allow your opponent to win. All right, this is just a bad opening hand. This is bad variance, bad variance. Right, Palkia is just a different deck. You're kind of like you're just choosing a different Radiant, right? This is like a Radiant Charizard Dusknoir deck, but Palkia is a Radiant Greninja Dusknoir deck. Both have their like their benefits. That's kind of, but that's the give and take, right? I do not want to play a hand that bad. So I'm not going to. Let Pokemon have an optional mulligan. Please. And that was with my opponent taking a turn 1 knockout on Rotom. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Matt, it's annoying for sure. But whatever. Part of the game. Got to build consistent decks. Yes, Dr. Keith, I ran 2030 this weekend. It felt super smooth. I was feeling good. For sure. I was very happy with the effort. Man, looks like I'm going second against a Miraidon deck. This is something that I just really don't like about standard format. The fact that if you just don't open enough of your buddy poffins or nest balls or whatever, you could just lose to one of these like hyper aggro decks. I do feel like this should be a pretty good matchup for us, but if my opponent gets this turn 1 knockout and yeah, they ain't doing squat. What is that? Oh, the charm. Yeah, you're not doing anything. All right. Actually, you're just bodied. We could win. We'd have to draw pretty hot. We'd have to get Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Charizard. And that is not what we got, folks. No, it is not. And we Iono'd my opponent. What a disaster. Oh, I should have put down the Duskull. I'm a goofball. Anyways. Can look at the list. I'm pretty sure this list is like quite consistent, but we are having back-to-back kind of tough draws here. But then again, we're against a Miraidon deck, which opened a dead hand as well. I mean, that's just kind of the... It's kind of just how the game goes right now. You either pop off or get popped off on. Will R. and Daniel says, I'm old and I get what aggro means, but where's it come from? Yeah, it's short for aggressive. Comes from the word aggressive. Aggro decks, aggressive decks. Lightning, electric generator. Why are we powering up the Raichu? What sort of wizardry is at work here? Ultra Ball. Well, now I've got an Ultra Ball, so my hand's not dead. So I'm kind of okay with them just please knock out my Duskull, all right? Because I could Ultra Ball for just knock something out. I don't know what my opponent's doing. Why do they have 3 energy in 3 different places? Why are you powering up Raichu? What are you doing? Aggro is short for agricultural decks. Yeah, it's true. What are you doing? I will force you to take a KO. There's not even an iron... Why is the Iron Hands not powered up? I'm just going to wait for them to do something. How long do you think that it'll take them to do something? Not an energy on the Mew, bro. I think I'm playing against AI. I don't think that this is a real opponent. Okay. I guess. Feels bad. That's fine though. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Whatever. Let's see. Do I want to... You know what? Yeah, I'm drawing cards. I don't care. I want to draw cards right now. What if they vacuum that away and I just feel like a goober, you know? Yeah, see, now that was cool. Yeah, that was Poggers. Okay, there we go. I'll do it. Okay. Take my 2. Now what you got? Probably can't knock out my Charizard. My Charizard probably just going to be able to just go 2, 4, 6 and win. Right? You would have to go, like, amp my Luminion for 3. And then still take 2 more prizes the following turn. It's probably not happening. Defiance Band does allow you to hit, like, with Dusknoir is pretty crazy for sure. I think my opponent is no longer here. Does feel like they have scooped, potentially. Raikou hits. Oh, yeah. I forgot that Raikou can do so much damage. That's so true. I always forget that Raikou can do, like, infinite damage now. So that's my bad. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 200, 220, 230, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300. True. If they fill their bench, they could do 330 with Raikou. That's crazy. But if they do that, then I can just knock them out with Charizard. So that's fine. Like, I still don't think... Unless they can amp my fish, then we're still chilling. Yo, all right, they're cooking, dude. They've got this knockout. Holy smokes. I think, I don't know what Raikou hit. 330 with the Zapdos? That's crazy. I shouldn't have nestballed for that Fez. But I get to discard my bench now. So yeah, we discard the Luminion. We discard another Charmander. Oh yeah, well now I can't lose. That's great. Okay. We've got Iono. We've got the Pheasantipiter. Cool. I can't win because I don't have 2 Duskull in play. But if I did have 2 Duskull in play, I could win. I could just blow up a bench guy and then blow up the active. Instead, I'm going to have to take 2 turns to win, and that's not cool. Nobody likes that. Nobody. Okay, we want to put all the energy back into the deck. There's Super Rod, and we're going to put back in 1 Charizard, 1, and 2 energy. And we'll Nest Ball. I don't actually want a Nest Ball. Okay. Siono for 4. Just gotta find a fire energy. That'll do it. Buddy. 4 Sealstone. Let's see if we draw into it first. Restart. And then flip the script. Okay. And then I don't think I actually want to like counter their stadium. I do have Rare Candy Zard if I want it. Rare Candy Zard is like kind of a nuts play actually. Because all I have to do is take 2 more knockouts. So I think the Rare Candy Zard is almost just checkmate. And I've got the 2 fire left in the deck. I'm playing 3 Stretcher right now. And 1 Rod. So we'll do that. And then I don't need anything else in play. Just retreat into Zard. Whoa. Retreat into Zard and just do our 270 damage. Save everything else. Don't need that buddy. Okay. And this is just why this deck is just so broken. You've got the best attackers in the game. You've got Radiant Charizard and Charizard EX backed up by a full suited Dusknoir. Why not Pokestop to shrink the bench? There's no reason to waste the Pokestop because it's a prize race right here. That's all we're doing is a prize race. So the Pokestop is technically a card that could help me. I don't know. I have 2 prizes left. Like, what if they promote? What if they promote a single prizer or something like that? I don't know. The Pokestop could help me find a game-winning card, I suppose. Like, could it? I was thinking, like, also I don't want to give them the Pokestop. It gives them more outs, right? Like, there's just no real reason to play the Pokestop. The Pokestop allows them to remove liabilities from their board, so, like, I don't want them to do that. I want them to have weak Pokemon that I can knock out, like, all over the place. Not that there's, like, really any way that they could possibly limit their bench. Also, since I don't have a very big bench right now, so there's no way that they could Raikou and knock out my Charizard. But even if they did whip up a Raikou and somehow knock out my Charizard with, like, a flute or something, like Captivating Flute, and, like, got some basics into play and, like, knocked out my Charizard, then I just bring up Radzard and win, right? Oh, yeah, chat's covering that up. I'm sorry, yeah. Chat should be over here. You got it. That's my B. Oh, a pass. I did not see this coming. GG's. All right. God, playing with good cards feels so good. So the deck is, it's just like a Turbo Charizard Dusknoir deck. There's no Pidgeot. It's just all the good basic support Pokemon. Five Fire Energy, 3 Pokestop, 3/3 Arvin Iono, 4 Nest Ball, 4 Buddy Puffin, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Rare Candy. 3 Pokestop, 3 Night Stretcher. You're just all gas. 2 Force Seal Stone, 2 Rotom, 5 Fire. No, you can get away with 5 Fire because this list is playing 3 Stretcher. And the Pokestops. This is a different... This is not Charizard Pidgeot. This is just my own list. This is very different. This is just... It's a different deck. It's not typical Zard. It's a very different deck. This is like a Pokestop Dusknoir deck that features Charizard. All right, looks like I'm up first against maybe a Charizard deck. Might also be a Dragapult deck. We'll have to see. I've got Buddy Buddy Poffin, and then we're going to want a Nest Ball for Rotom so we can get this party started. Looks like I prized 1 Fire Energy, which is not bad. I've got my Clops in here, and Mew and Luminion and 2 Zards. Cool. Love that. It's Nest Ball. Get the Rotom. And then we just want to start going in with Pokestop right now. Our Charizard list is not afraid to stop. Not afraid even a little bit. I ain't even afraid of milling those 2 Fire Energy. That's fine. We've got 1 more in the deck. An instant charge. And we'll see what comes of this next turn. Maybe benching this Charmander was a little greedy. As soon as I played the Buddy Buddy Poffin, I realized I probably should have kept that bench spot open, but it's fine. Fan Rotom and Duskull. All right, this is maybe Turtle Checkmate. And they could take a knockout. Ooh, I do love that, actually. They're going for the turn 1 Assault Landing, maybe. I've got Arven, Force Seal Stone, Charizard EX. That's cool. But do they find the energy in order to use Assault Landing? Take a knockout. We've got Nest Ball, so we could go get Fez if we want it. We've got Arven for Rare Candy. We've got Charizard. We've got Force Seal Stone. We can go get whatever we want off of that. I am curious to see what kind of other Pokemon my opponent's deck is playing. And it does look like it is Turtle Checkmate. Thank you, Danny Brunner, for that Prime sub and the 25 months. This is a 3-1-3 Dusknoir line. And a 3-0-2 Charizard line. All right, that 2 Bouffalant, no energy. My go. Cool. Let's do Arven. Yes. And we've got Switch in hand, too. That's pretty cool. Arven for Rare Candy and Defiance. And then I have 2 Fire Energy in the deck, which is just enough. Rare Candy into Charizard. And we'll Infernal Rain. Hello. Yes, thank you. Get these. Attach them here. And then we can do some fun stuff like put that there. Put that there. Nest Ball. Get Mew. Switch. Force Seal Stone. Restart for 2. Okay. And then That's fine. Ultra Ball. I think get Dusknoir. Star Alchemy. I think they're kind of dead in the water if I knock out their Hoot. That's my suspicion. So we're going to go Rare Candy Dusknoir. Pop their Hoot. And then knock out the Fan Rotom. I'll take a prize. Very good. A Vacuum. That's a good card to have. Retreats. And we're going 150 to the Fan Rotom. I feel pretty good about that. I know they have the Noctowl in hand, so you know that's probably a good card for me to take. Is the Hoot. They only have a 3-card hand, so like potentially limited options. I know the Noctowl just unlocks a whole lot for them if they get to use it. So getting to take control of that early is good. Ultra Ball away Dusknoir and Terapagos. You know, if they got a Rare Candy as the last card in hand, you know, maybe they can Rare Candy Pidgeot, but I imagine they have to go for Pheasantipity and just draw 3 and kind of hope for the best. But you could see how much that Noctowl kind of solves everything in that hand. Because, you know, they had Dusknoir. They had another Terapagos. I mean, they kind of like had everything. But without the Hoot, they just have to make suboptimal plays. They have to Ultra Ball Fez. They have to try and like draw stuff. You see how they're not popping up. They're not popping off. They're not setting up their deck. They're not doing what they have to do. Okay. Now let's go. If we bump their stadium, that's fine. We want to draw with Mew. We want to attach this energy for sure. I want to play Super Rod. I don't think I want to use this Vacuum yet. I think I want to raw the 2 energy back in. I kind of have to do that. We're going to attach this fire energy to Radzard. Rod. 2 fire energy back in. And then restart. We've got Clops and an Ultra Ball. So I could Ultra Ball for Luminion and just go boss, knock out the Fez. It's probably what we're going to do. Yep. Seems good. And Luminous Sign, we know their hand size is not great. We're doing enough damage. 180, they take in 1 prize. We force them to take that. We go get the boss. Boss up Fez. And Burning Darkness for 210 in the knockout. Go to 2 prizes left. And then with 2 prizes remaining, I could just win the game by going double Dusknoir. If we can put all that together. I mean, that's a lot, but I do also have a Radzard swinging for 250 damage. Here at the end of the game. The Pheasantipity, again, was their draw power. So both turns so far, we've just targeted down the draw power. We targeted down the Hoot. We know they have a Noctowl. They can use Noctowl, but the question is, can they do enough to be able to keep me from winning the game? I've got Nest Ball. I can go get myself Pheasantipity too. I mean, that's the thing. I don't even really think you need Pidgeot anymore. I don't think you need Pidgeot with like Mew and Pheasantipity and Rotom for a Sealstone. It's like, is it worth it? When you could just use your rare candies entirely on Charizard and Dusknoir, like why would you waste a rare candy on Pidgeot? If you want to play this kind of aggressive build, You've got Luminion too. Like, do you need to rare candy into Pidgeot? I think is kind of the question I'm asking with this list. Is it worth it even to waste a rare candy on Pidgeots? All right, they got Unified Beatdown for the knockout. All I have to do is take 2 prizes and a win. Rare candy, Dusknoir, knockout a Bouffalon is a game. Or Clops, the active, I think, is also game. I'm doing 250. Yeah. Oh, no. I have to choose bench Pokemon to discard. I almost discarded my Mew. All right, it didn't let me click. I was trying to click the Mew. Oh my gosh. God, that UI. Man. Almost disastrous there, but that's okay. We live. So now we're going to force them to discard some stuff. I need another energy, or I need to blow up a Dusknoir or Dusclops, because then I can use the attack. So I don't necessarily need the energy. And they have to keep the Bouffalons, or else we're just going to win very easy. Okay. And then we put the Force Seal Stone down wherever. Nest Ball. We get the Fez. And it's like, why do I need Pidgeot? Like, look, we're going to draw out. I get to see 9 cards with the Pokestop, right? We restart. We flip the script. And we Pokestop. And I think I just have it because I can use Rare Candy off Pokestop. Yeah, Rare Candy Dusknoir. But, like, look at that. Like, dude, why do you even need... It's just, it's easy. Rare Candy Dusknoir, Curse Blast, blam. You just take all the prizes that you need. It's such a brutal strategy, just like kind of throwing the Dusknoir at your opponent. It's such a brutal strategy to play against. I really like the options that this deck gives you. I really like that this deck, rather than trying to play the long game, is like trying to play the short game. I mean, it's kind of, it's right up there with the decks that are trying to go 2-4-6. It's also going 2-4-6, but trying to do it even faster with Dusknoir. All right, looks like I'm up against a maybe Roaring Moon EX deck. So they're going to try and outpace me with some quick knockouts. We do have a great opening hand so far with Pokestop. I do need to get a Charmander into play, so let's Nest Ball for Charmander. And then we'll hit the Pokestop. I've got a Clops and a Noor. I've got 5 Fire Energy, my 4 Seal Stones, 4 Rare Candy. That all feels pretty good. Okay, do that. And then we'll hit the stop, see what comes of that. Rare Candy and a Switch. It's fine. Would have liked to have seen a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but this will suffice. And then we're going to instant charge for a draw of 3. And that's pretty solid for us. Let's see what my opponent is going to cook up. Turn 1. Do they get out Roaring Moon EX? There goes Judge. This is looking like it might be similar to the World Championship list. Played a couple of Judge. No, I'm not going to be in Dortmund. I'm not going to many, if any, tournaments this year because I got a newborn at home. I'm going to be focusing on that and family stuff. But I'll be creating plenty of content because the content is what helps supports me and my family. So that's what we got on the agenda this year. Lots of content, not a lot of tournaments. Almost none, actually. focusing on that content game. Got the Squawkabilly. All right. Dark Patch. Double Dark Patch. And Squawk. Pokemon Catcher. Gnar. And I can track for a little bit more of a dig. Deny the Pokemon Catcher. I would love for this Roaring Moon to have to come up and knock out my Duskull. That's great. Like, that's like exactly what we want. Isn't it, folks? Isn't it just exactly what we want? Knock out that Duskull. Go ahead. Knock out my Duskull. And then they're going to take 10 damage from poison. And then my Charizard's going to be doing 210 damage. And then plus poison, they're knocked out. So actually, like, this Roaring Moon being poison means I don't even need a buff to knock it out, which is crazy. All right, double Nest Ball, that is very strong for us. We definitely want one Nest Ball to go get the Fez. And then I've got Rare Candy Charizard in hand. So that is good. And I've got Ultra Ball with Fire Energy, so I can't draw into too many energy. I'll just use the Flip the Script first. That is a really phenomenal draw for us. That's pretty much everything we could possibly want right here. So let's go. Get Ultra Ball away. Yeah, I actually kind of like the Ultra Ball away, the 2 fire. That's fine. Everything else in the hand is cool, so I don't necessarily want to get rid of it. And we'll get this. And then I can rod the Fire Energy back into the deck. Great. Let's Super Rod all that back in. 1, 2, 3. And then I plan on winning this game next turn. That's how nuts this is. I'm going to win this game next turn. The perfect 3-turn game with Charizard. Okay, we'll use Infernal. I should have maybe put down Radzard, but that's okay. We'll just accelerate those. Yeah, I should have probably put down Radiant Charizard. That's okay. So then we go Nest Ball. Get the Radzard ready to go. And Arven. And we'll get the Forest Seal Stone and Buddy Buddy Poffin ready to go. It's fine. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Go get another Duskull. Forest Seal Stone here. Burning Darkness for 210, and then it gets knocked out with Poison. So they can't use Flip the Script because I didn't knock them out during their turn. Do I ever use Clops on the Roaring Moon? No, because they could just use, I don't know, they could use switch cards or something. Or they could just attack with a new Roaring Moon, so no, I don't want to do that. If my opponent was Chen-Pao and didn't take a KO, I'd use Dusknoir to blow up one Friggy, and I'd use Charizard Prime Catcher to knock out the other one. And then I'd recover my Duskulls, and then anytime they try to put Friggies into play, I'd blow up 2 at a time. Poison triggers between turns. And Pheasantipity only draws cards if it was knocked out during your turn, so like during the attack phase. But Poison happens after the attack phase between turns, during Pokemon Checkup. It does feel really good to be able to just use all of my rare candy on Charizard. It feels like in this list, you only need to get one Charizard EX into play, which is why we're playing a 302 line. You don't need more than one Charizard. Your ideal game, you attack with Charizard, you attack with Radzard, and the game's over. You use Dusknoir to patch up everything else. But even if you're in a game state where you're not just attacking with Charizard and Radzard, you can still win with like just good old-fashioned Charizard Iono shenanigans, right? I mean, you could still just put up Charizard EX and be like, I have 330 hit points. I'm going to Iono you to 2. Good luck. You still got that. Pao can beat anything if it goes first. I mean, Chen Pao, but I don't think that Chen Pao is kind of just like falling off because of Dusknoir, though, because of the fact that it's just so scary if decks have the option to like chase down the Frigibacks. The fact that decks can like knock out Frigibacks and backs in the same turn is just so bad. No Collapse Stadium. You win before you're not playing defensively with this deck. You're playing offensively. It's just a complete offensive Charizard list. All right, what are we up against here? Thorns? Can we beat Thorns? I don't know. We'll see. 5 mulligan. Wowee. I'm pretty sure we can beat Thorns. We play a whole lot of Dusknoir, but let's see. I could just go double Dusknoir and knock out a Thorn. I mean, we're always threatening that, which is part of what's so good about the Dusknoir. We play like an extraordinarily thick Dusknoir line. We can't accelerate energy with our ability. We know that. So I'm just going to be going in for this play. I don't think I want to put Pokestop into play yet. Yeah, let's just pass. And then, well, let's see what we can do. Hopefully they don't turn one Judge me. That would be cringe. I wouldn't like that. I would hate it if they did that. TM Turbo Energize and pass? Research. Okay. No hammers. No hammers, no hammers, no hammers, no hammers. Dodge the hammers, Charmander. Dodge those hammers. That's right, baby. Let's go. Okay. Can we win turn 2? We are playing in hard mode a little bit. I need to hit a fire energy off the Pokestop. I need to hit 3 rare candies. But I think we kind of have to Arven for the... Do we Arven first? No, we Pokestop first. All right, we're going to do this. But first we're going to Buddy to thin the deck. Okay. And then we just got to stop. Hit a candy for show. Nope. We hit a fire energy, though. So that does solve the fire energy part of this. I can attack with Charizard this turn, guaranteed. So we've got Arven for a rare candy for Sealstone. Do I have it? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And then we go... We're so close. I think we go... Yeah, we go Ultra Ball, discard Rotom, and Clops. And we get, let's see if I get Charizard, and then I go, yeah, no, why did I discard the Rotom? I need to discard the Palpad. No! Okay. No! No! All right, that's fine. No, I had it. Oh, I needed to discard the Palpad instead. Dang it. I knew I had it. Okay, fine. Whatever, dude. Whatever, man. All right, let's do this. Ah, I needed to discard anything else. Fine. The Stretcher does need the fire. So I couldn't use it. I think I was so close, but I needed to keep the Rotom. I don't know why I got rid of that. Stretcher needed to get that. Oh, I goofed it up. It's fine. That's fine. We'll get... Pokestop will give us something. I'm swinging for 210. If I had kept the Defiance Band too, I'd be able to just blow up the Dusknoir and knock out this thing in the active. Oh man, that stinks. Anyways. Oh, dang it. I'm so disappointed in myself. That's fine though. Swing for 180. I think we should just take this knockout while we can. Blowing up the Dusknoir feels so bad to like, because you do want to just double Dusknoir. 210 isn't the knockout. Yeah, saving this rod was not the play. Saving that Palpad was also not the play. Those were errors on my part. So I'm dead drawing, so we're just going to do this and then take the knockout. That's fine. Okay. Do that. I know I could have Dusclops choice with the Stretcher. I know. I goofed that up. I needed to keep the Rotom. Then I had +1 card. I still think I might have been 1 card short from winning. Because I think I needed to use the Stretcher for the energy. I think. I think I was 1 card short. Oh, you better not double hammer. Okay. I think I was 1 card short. I do. But I needed to keep the Rotom there. It's fine. Don't hit this. Do not hit this. It's fine. That stings. Okay, Mew is doing nothing. What card can I get? It's just Iono. Gets me 4 cards. Pretty much has to be that. Okay. I have no abilities, guys. I have no abilities. Yes, Iron Thorns has the initialization ability, which makes it so none of my Pokemon with rule boxes have abilities. I can't use Luminion, can't use Instant Charge, can't use Restart, can't use Infernal Rain. That's why it was imperative that I had to win on that 1 turn. Why didn't we vacuum the tool? Why does the tool matter? They're not 2-hit KOing my Charizard anyway. I didn't want to get rid of either of those games. Or any of those cards in my hand. So I've got 2 Stretcher left in the deck and 3 energy. But I have to find these cards in a somewhat difficult way. I mean, I could hit double Dusknoir, but I need to start getting a fire energy down onto a Charmander. They didn't do... Okay, I mean, I could just win if I hit the double Dusknoir. I don't know what they're doing. If I mean, it's possible to... Dang it. All right. I've got Dusknoir. Okay, I think I just pass. If I give them the 2 prizes there, then I switch into Mew. Switch into Mew is fine. Force them to, like, chase something else. All right, who do you want? Probably a Charmander. Yeah. But I just sent every Thorns to the bottom of the deck. They can just go get him back, though. Charmander there's tough. That's fine, though. I can drop an energy on my Charizard EX and win that way if they don't gust it up next turn. I mean, you're giving me chances to win here. Okay, I think... Ultra Ball for a Dusknoir. And I have to hit Rare Candy, Night Stretcher, I win. Thank you, Connor, for the sub and the 51 months. All I need. Rare Candy Stretcher, game. Dang it. That was not it. Just fine. I do think that I probably win this game if I didn't throw in that early turn, though. A single Cologne would go kind of crazy, but I don't even need a single Cologne. Tails. Last catcher. Tails. This is insane. You're 3 for 4. Or no, you're not 3 for 4. You're hitting too many. That's for sure, though. Okay, so now how do I win? You go to 3 prizes. I still... Oh, my goodness. Okay. I need to find Double Fire and attach to my Charizard now, I guess. Okay. Okay. No, not the boss. All right, it's game over. Dang, thorns. All right, I think I kind of threw verse that, but we are not teched for thorns at all. Our deck build is not prepared for that. I do think they were kind of throwing by not benching more thorn. They gave me like multiple opportunities to win that game by not benching other thorns for whatever reason. Yeah, Connor's the same list as Friday, yeah. It's freaking disgusting. It's broken. I actually enjoy playing this Charizard list. Whereas Pidgeotzard doesn't get me going. This, though, gets the people going. Ooh. Looks like I might be playing against a Dialga-Matang deck. I do feel like this should be pretty good for us. Normally, you would Nest Ball before using the Pokestop because you want to thin a Pokemon out of the deck. But in this particular situation, I would really like to Nest Ball for Rotom, but I don't know if I can do that unless I find a Charmander off the Pokestop. So we're going to Pokestop first, and we, of course, whiff everything. So I will be going in to get a Charmander. And we lost Fire Energy. That's fine. Rotom would be sick, but it's not worth getting Rotom. Yeah, we're just better off getting Charmander. That's fine. We'll bench the Duskull and then say, "Your go, bud." All right. And turn 2, we've got Prime Catcher. We got Rare Candy Dusknoir. We got some pretty good stuff. Did I build this deck myself? Yes, I did. I could definitely target down a support Pokemon if they put a support Pokemon into play. If they get 2 Beldum into play, I could Dusknoir one and maybe Charizard the other. I do drop all of my lists in the Tricky Gym Discord if you're curious to see them. This list is maybe a card or 2 different than the list I was playing on Friday, so you can get like maybe 58 of the 60 cards in the list right now, but I'm like actively working on it right now, so it's not things are subject to change, but the nuts and bolts of it are there in the Discord right now. I think I was playing 2 Charmander. I've upped it to 3. I cut the Hisuian Heavy Ball for now, but maybe I put that back in. Could you do this engine with Dragapult? I don't think so, because Dragapult doesn't accelerate energy to itself. That's like the one thing. You maybe could. You would have to play the thing is, you'd have to play the tool A-Spec, right? So you're playing the Crystal, but then you're playing Pokestops. And if you discard the Crystal off a Pokestop, you feel like a real dummy, right? So that's like my kind of beef with it. No. Duke VM, no, I'm probably not going to any major events this year. I'm gonna just focus on the family life. Maybe 1, maybe 2, but nothing substantial. Okay, let's see what we can do. They've got the Pheasantipiter, they've got 2 Dialga down, 2 Beldum. Okay. We've got the Rare Candy Dusknoir, Prime Catcher, Pokestop. What can we do? A Rare Candy Dusknoir, I can Rod. We don't want to do any of that until let's just stop first, see what we do. Okay, found a Nest Ball. It's not really great. Might be a Rotom Angle this turn. So there's no shame in that. We just kind of buy a little bit more time. I do have... Well, let's party. Let's just do it, man. Let's just freaking do it. Let's just go in. You feel me? Rare Candy Dusknoir. Nest Ball. Get another Charmander. Prime Catcher. Up the Fez. This is so irresponsible. This is so terrible. It's cool though, honestly, kind of sick. Nah, nothing crazy. All right, we promote the Mew. Radzard. Restart for 1. Man. All right. Somewhat irresponsible gameplay, but that's fine. You can have my Charmander. Go ahead. We're chilling. I don't love that I wasted my Prime Catcher. I think that we kind of need to start the game with Rotom almost. But we did have just kind of a bum start with our Nest Balls and our Buddy Poffins. We really want to find a Buddy Poffin there early on. But we just did not find a Buddy Poffin, which made things really tough for us to have that explosive start. Because you want to use the Nest Ball on Rotom V. But the Pokestop didn't help us. That's okay. Earthworm EX deck for your local Zen. What is motivating you to build an Earthworm EX deck? Who told you to do that? No. Why Earthworm EX? For the lulz? Just for the lulz? No one will ever see it coming. And what does that do? Yeah, I could play you know, I could play a Meowscarada EX deck at locals and no one would ever see it coming, but that doesn't mean I should do it. Right? Imagine showing up to locals with the worm and winning. Not all of your dreams can come true. You can't just win locals with whatever you want. Have fun with it. I don't know. For me, losing every game is not fun. When people say play a fun deck, like playing fun decks against people with meta decks is not fun to me. Like, that's not fun to me. Like that, I would have a terrible time doing that. Trolling. In order to be trolling, don't you have to win? Draw pass is the way to play. Yeah, don't you have to, like, be winning games? Thank you, Incomplete Pokedex, for that Prime sub. Appreciate you in the 59 months. Thank you. I don't know. I can't imagine going. I get frustrated when I lose all the time, you know? I'm not having any fun if I go to my locals with a bad deck and just lose a lot. Even if it was a funny bad deck, to me, it's not funny. All right, I may have thrown here, but let's see. Yup. It's looking like things are going extremely poorly. Can I win if I pass this turn? Maybe. I'm willing to wait one more. I think... Oh, I needed to get Rotom early, and I think the whole deck is kind of falling apart without the early Rotom. And then I think I was too greedy. I needed to just prioritize getting Rotom, and I haven't seen any other ball search cards except for those 2 nest balls at the beginning. Now, if they V-Star on me, I'm definitely not winning. But it's fine. I think probably just seeing the Metang, it was probably correct for us to just go Rotom. Even in the face of like the double nest ball, it was probably correct to go Rotom first and then set up Charmanders. Like, we don't have to attack turn 2. I think I was a little bit too greedy. We should have just taken our time. My opponent's playing way too slow, if I'm being honest. They're probably playing on their phone. We needed to just take our time. But that's not what we did. No, I think if we see a Metang in the, if we see a Beldum in the active, I think we can skip Charmander, go straight to Rotom, like if we need to. I think we were like trying to go a little bit too high roll. Yeah, I'm just want to save some time. All right, I'll chalk that one up to me misrouting my opening turns. So we never got established. And we can't play any more ball search card. I mean, we got 4 Nest Ball, 4 Ultra Ball, and 4 Buddy Buddy Poffin. So that kind of stuff usually shouldn't happen. And we got 3 Pokestops, and we got 3 Arven, and we got 3 Iono. Thank you, Lil Will, for the sub in the 70 months. Appreciate you, Lil Will. Thank you. Great Balls? No, I think I draw the line at Great Balls. Okay. That's fine. We can actually start Radzard. I don't know what I'm up against. We can start Radzard because I got the Prime Catcher in my hand. That's fine. We're looking for Buddy Buddy Poffins. Anybody got any Buddy Buddy Poffins? What about Nest Balls? You know, we can't play more consistency cards than we play. Oh, we got 2 Charmander. Give me a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Or not, whatever. Okay, here we go. Pass. Thank you, Lil Will, for those bits. Let's go. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the continued support over the years. Thank you for the 700 bits as well. Hopefully you're doing well. This could be a Palkia Dusknoir deck. Looks like that is probably the case. They've got Irida. They've got Water Energy. They've got Radiant Greninja. I do wish that I had been able to find a Buddy Buddy Poffin so that I could have some Duskull in play. That would be fantastic. But alas, the Buddy Buddy Poffin have been elusive. They got Palkia. Can't quite knock the Palkia out. It's annoying. But if I had a Duskull, we could, which would be great. Rotom we're a little short on also. Annoying. And there's our Buddy Poffin. Of course! Of course! Okay. Rare candy into Charizard EX. And we'll Infernal Rain. And then I feel like Prime Catcher or Duskull is pretty good. If I hit into the Palkia for 180, they give me 2 prizes. I do think we went with this. Yeah. See, if we'd found the Buddy, gosh, we are just decimating if we find that Buddy. Okay, Pokestop. It's fine. Do that. Get another one. And then just Burning Darkness. And, I mean, they can Radiant Greninja this turn, which is annoying. But we've got a very strong hand ourselves. They get Fez. And I do expect to get Radiant Greninja here. We're not playing Manaphy. They could blow up all 3 of my Duskull here, which is definitely annoying. Take 3 prizes. We'll see what else they get going on. And they have another Duskull down. They do have to find Palkia. Or knock out the Charmander, which I actually vastly prefer. I'm so glad they did that. I do not care about the Charmander at all. I am very stoked to see it. If they miss Palkia, I mean, it's over if they miss Palkia. But they hit the Ultra Ball there, so they have it. They got another rare candy. So if they go Moonlight Shuriken, my 2 Duskull, right? They go to 3 prizes left. And they're going to Iono me. Okay. They play the bear. I've got Night Stretcher, Nest Ball. Oh, they're not knocking out my... Okay. This seems like a very strange way to play this, but sure. I guess maybe they didn't hit the extra energy attachment, so that is interesting. I haven't used my V-Star yet. It's quite good for me. So let's go 4 prizes. I mean, I could just win. That's crazy. Nest Ball. Pheasantipity. I get the... kind of have to trust the deck a little bit. I get the Rotom. I need to blow up 2 Dusknoir. I think we kind of flip the script and just say, like, I'm going to... Luminion for Arven wins. I can't... So I think we go... Dang, yeah, I'm like... Don't I... If I just knock out... Alright, Force Seal Stone. I have to use it. There's no KO? Didn't they KO with a Dusknoir? They KO'd a Charmander. Yeah. So I think I have to... Yeah, I think I just get the rare candy or get the Arven or whatever. No, because they're not... I'm not doing enough. Am I throwing? Kind of. All right. So if I... Yeah, that's fine. I can just Curse Blast their Duskull and then swing into the active. I suppose it's fine. If I KO the pocket, well, they play Bear, so I think it's most important to take that thing out. And then Night Stretcher, Fire Energy back. Attach that there. And then all I have to do is, yeah, that's fine. I shouldn't have attached that. I should probably say that for Dusknoir, but that's fine. I do have to, like, it's weird. I could instant charge. If I instant charge, then I think instant charge is actually the play. Weirdly. And then I can still win next turn. Yeah, okay. The band, I'm winning, so. Yeah. I think we just win if we do this. All right, that's a good draw there. So all I have to do is Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Greninja, knock out Palkia game. Or, like, knock out any of their 2 prizers, right? And that's game. But we had to prevent them from taking bonus prize. I think it was important to... Maybe it wasn't. I think knocking out the Duskull was kind of good, but... It is really... You're really in, like, the nitty-gritty of like, trying to, like, math things out and route your game. I can't say that I've played a deck that was quite like this before, so... I'm still very much learning everything as I go. All right, they subspace well. So if I can find Arven or if I can find my Defiance Band, we're, like, chilling. They're at 2, right? No, I'm not chilling, because then if I take that... Yes, no, I am chilling. Yes, if I find those cards, I'm chilling. Or if I find Boss with a Rare Candy Dusknoir, I'm chilling. Well... So we boss. And then all I need to do is find... I do need to find Rare Candy Dusknoir, though, if I play this boss. That or I'm looking for an Arvin to go find my Defiance band. So, like, we're asking ourselves which one's, like, easier to come by, right? I think... Ugh. Not sure if this is correct. Because I still need to find... No. I have to get quite lucky now. I don't like this. The stop would help us quite a bit, but we need to find Rare Candy Dusknoir. I'm not sure. That Iono definitely hurts. Alright, it is possible. Rare Candy Dusknoir, huh? No. Alright. Now all they need is boss to win. Dang. Alright. I think I kind of threw there. I do feel like there's definitely plays I could have done better. That Iono certainly stung, and I don't think that our board was set up appropriately. That's the Rare Candy Dusknoir we needed to win. Dang it. Yes, because all they have to do now is Rare Candy Dusknoir and attack the active, so it's actually quite easy for them. Especially with the Pokestop in play. Prime Catcher will do it, though. Dang, dude. Alright. I think I got to go back and tweak the list a little bit. I think we're, like, almost there. We were trying to win last turn. That's what we wanted to do. I think there's a couple things that we can do to make this list quite better. Like, a lot better. I think we're very close to something very cool. I haven't been using the Pal Pad. That's something that I think can go. I do think that we kind of want Counter Catcher. And not having a Counter Catcher seems kind of silly. The Counter Catcher seems quite good. I do feel like we want 4 Night Stretcher. And the Rod might be kind of trolling. And then I do feel like... I don't think that we can play... I think it's probably got to be a 3/1/3 Dusknoir, yeah. Cards like Pokestop would be... Or not Pokestop, like Trekking Shoes would be cool, but we just don't really need to play Trekking Shoes, I don't think. Alright, this seems fine. No, we need the Rod. Alright, I take it back. We need the Rod. Because you need to be able to put energy back into the deck for Charizard. So we have to play the Rod. You need a card that can do that. Alright, go. I think some of this, it's like I need to get a little bit better with the deck. But I do really think that this Dusknoir strategy seems quite good. I just need to learn my routes. I need to kind of see the routes. Because I keep kind of getting stuck almost. You know, you're trying to win the game in like 3 turns. I mean, when you open hands like this, it's, you know, it's easy. It's when you open the bad hands that it gets a little hard. A Grookey? Oh, yeah, dude. You're toast, buddy. Oh, why did I prize $1 million, Duskull? No, I didn't. Prize 1. Okay, fine. I'll allow it. So the Grookey deck, huh? I'm not all the way caught up on Rings of Power. I am not. You know what I have been watching, though? Disney movies. Something about having a baby at home. I've been going on a tour of the old Disney movies. I watched Dumbo this week. Dumbo is a heart wrencher, man. No, I'm watching the classics, okay? No, I'm not these new ones. I'm watching the classics. I watched Dumbo recently. Dumbo is a heart wrencher. I watched Bambi recently. Bambi's insane. And now I'm in the middle of watching Robin Hood. Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-do-do. Dee-da-dee-da-do. Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-do-do-dee-da-dee-da-do-do. Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-do-do. Yeah, Bambi. Apparently, when I was a baby, Bambi was my favorite movie. And I used to just laugh every time Bambi slipped on the ice, and I'd cry hysterically every time Bambi's mom got shot. See, the Disney classics, they're not the classics unless you're coming away somewhat scarred from the experience, not a Disney classic, okay? I'll just charge. It's fine. I know. I'm having a great time watching some of the old Disney movies right now. They're a lot of fun. But okay, not to go on a boomer rant, but when I was watching movies like Dumbo and Bambi, the films used to be slower, and they used to develop story in a more artistic way. And the animation was done in a way that was just very illustrative and beautiful, and the combinations with the orchestras and the music, it all just seems like during the kind of early times they were very intentional, like these were art, right? I don't know. The classics are insane. And I get it. You can't just keep making the classics. The classics are already done. But I do, and I've enjoyed some of the modern Disney movies. Like I've seen Coco and stuff. And those are pretty good, but dang, the classics though? I mean, I'll take the classics over any of these 3D renders any day, that's for sure. And the live action, the live action Lion King and stuff. I think I'm good on that. Okay, I didn't see any rare candies before, so I'm going to use Pokestop, try to find some. Didn't find any there. We did find the switch, though, which is nice. Okay, we've got our 4 seal stones, so I do get to take knockout, but that's not necessarily what I want. They don't have the Grookey in play right now. Okay. I need to find a rare candy there. I think I'm okay. Got this Applin's down. I really don't want to bring the Charizard up. That just seems like an easy way to lose if I just bring a Charizard up into the active spot and take a knockout. If I go rare candy Charizard, you've taken one prize right now. So yeah, my Radiant Charizard's attack is like way too expensive. I also don't have anything. Kind of a weird spot to be in. I guess I do have the Fez. I took a knockout. Okay, we'll do that. Got a Night Stretcher, which is nice. An Iono for next turn. Okay. Go rare candy. Into Dusknoir. I think I'm going to Curse Blast and Knockout. I'll knock out the active. It's got the energy on it. It's fine. Why save the second Steel Stone? I don't know. Probably should have discarded that. Because it's glowing. All right, now who do they send up? Countercatcher already kind of sick. Send up Grookey. I think we go Countercatcher this. Retreat. Night Stretcher. And I'm just going to instant charge. Slightly better. I have wasted my counter catcher, not my prime catcher though. I think that we should be able to take control of this game. They have their force. Dang, dude. They just literally had everything there. That's crazy. All right. So they're going to take a prize. And the 4 Seal Stone. Dang, that hand was loaded. It's okay, though. And they have Fez now. All right. So they can flip the script and draw even more. And they still have their V-Star power. That's kind of nuts. It's fine, though. Wow. Okay. All right, so they do 100 damage there. Okay, and then I send up Radzard and then just swing into that. It could be Fez. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Send up Radzard, sure. Okay. How do we pick apart this board? We knock out the active, but they have the 4 Seal Stone. They have the flip the script. They have all of that, right? Which is scary. So it should have been the Pheasantipity. Force them to 2 KO the Zard. Because it doesn't really matter. kind of getting destroyed here. What the heck? The V-Star and the Fez on that turn, that was devious. Oh, we got the Vacuum for the Forest Sealstone. That's huge. Okay. I don't know that I can actually find my Charizard here. Down 3 Ultra Ball. Night Stretcher. I got Night Stretchers. Haven't used Mew yet. Kind of need to find a Fire Energy too. Ha! Found him. Yeah, I think I just lose. I do. That's no good. Okay. Maybe they do nothing. We lose. Dang, dude. I mean, when you're good, you know? Dang, I got sauced by the Diplin deck. That was nuts. That was some high velocity Diplin gameplay. You do in fact have to hand it to them. That was crazy. Maybe we want like some research in here. I feel like we want Colress. Shuffle draw 10. If Diplin pops off like that, I mean, you are having kind of a bad time. Especially as a Charizard player. Because they can one-hit KO your Zard. For 2. And by the time they laid down their 2 prizers, they were already like well established. Alright, this is a good opening hand. Let's go. That's a situation where Palkia Dusknoir would have been far superior against Diplin than Charizard Dusknoir. Charizard Dusknoir is cool against like your 2 prize decks. But then against decks like that, I mean, Palkia Dusknoir, if you're just like hitting them with a Radiant Greninja. Yeah, like a Ogerpon deck, I'm probably winning this. Especially with double Buddy. Looks like I'm up against Raging Bolt or Regidrago. Or I guess it could be a Hydrapple deck. You never know. Don't want to count things out, but probably Regidrago or Raging Bolt. And if I had to guess, I would put my money on Raging Bolt. I think we just want another Charmander, and we're going to put it in the active spot. They're not going to go turn 1, try to gust my little old Charmander, would they? I mean, they might. So we do want to, yeah, we want to do the responsible thing, as annoying and cringe as that is. And then Nest Ball for the Rotom. Restarts. Retreats into Charmander. Into Charmander. And charge! We'll draw 3. Okay. Now we've got Arven, Dusknoir, Charizard. Trekking Shoes, it's probably Raging Bolts, like I said. And even if they take 2 prizes on this first turn, I can win in 2 turns with Dusknoir and Charizard's Lightning Energy. Yes, this is a Raging Bulk deck. That's fine. And we've got a very simple game plan here. We are going to take quick knockouts. Charizard, we can back ourselves up with our Radiant Charizard too. Probably got Nest Ball for Squawk. Squawk makes this matchup very easy. It's got 160 hit points, so you can hit it with 1 Dusknoir Curse Blast and then finish it up with a Clop, so you don't even need the rare candy, which is really nice. They got Senor Shocks and Sawdust Vitality. All right, they are taking a knockout. Turn 1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. Oh, you wanted to attack with the Sandy Shocks. I got it. Never mind. I was going to say he's supposed to have a fighting. All right, so they're sending up Senor Shocks. Got it. So that they can Magnetic Burst for the knockouts. That's cool. The Sandy Shocks, it's not really a problem. We can play around it. We've got Prime Catcher. We've got Boss's Orders. It's no sweat. All right, here comes Mew. Let him have it, Mew. And basically, since they didn't take 2 prizes, I'm in a situation where I could take 4 prizes this turn and then just kind of set up checkmate. It's possible. You know, it's possible. Start with Pokestop. See what we get. Oh, yeah. Got a rare candy and a Buddy Buddy. Like that. So then we've got Arven for 4 Sealstone. That's 3 rare candies, potentially, that I could get for us. I've got Boss's Orders in hand too, so I could play the boss. Let's go. They've taken 1 prize, so that is guaranteed knockout on Fez. So let's go rare candy into... Or I can knock out the Bolt with the Defiance Band. Dang, that's crazy. Okay. Rare candy into Charizard. Yeah. And we'll get just the 1 energy. And Defiance. Buddy Buddy. Get another Duskull. My Radzard's in the deck. I guess I could Arven for 4 Sealstone and Prime Catcher. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Or 4 Sealstone. Yeah, I like that. And Counter Catcher. Counter Catcher. 4 Sealstone. The Counter Catcher's so good. And we're going to Counter Catcher up the Bolt. Because if I'm... Yeah. 4 Sealstone here. counter catcher up the bolt because I'm going to be doing 210. Yeah, plus 30. We knock that guy out. And then we want to use the Force Seal Stone, Star Alchemy, and we're going to get Rare Candy. Go Rare Candy here. I can attach this. Sure, to Charizard, whatever. Switch. Restart for 2. Nice. Okay. And then I'm already doing 240. I could just save the Dusknoir. I don't actually have to use it right now. And I think that's okay. We'll just go Burning Darkness. That way I have like a little bit more kind of control over what I'm doing this next turn. Yeah, I have a little bit more insight into how I'm going to use my resources. The goal this next turn is like they're going to probably knock out Charizard, right? If they knock out Charizard, then I want to go Dusknoir, Dusclops, Radzard game, basically. Aren't we dead to Ogerpon? That's cool. I hope they Ogerpon me. Like I said, I'll go Dusknoir, Dusclops, Radzard game. So like that's the win con. That's what we're going for. If they take 2 prizes here, we just win so fast. Like it's crazy. Literally it's the 3-turn game. I don't know, it's fine. Oh yeah. That's what we wanted right there. That is a good draw. Let's go. We pulled the Pheasantipity off the prizes, so that's very good. We can restart. We can Pheasantipity. We just need to find Radzard, and we need to find Clops. I mean, we've got 2 Ultra Ball in hand. I don't even have to Prime Catch or anything. Mew's got free retreat. So we just put the Mew up. And that's pretty much it. We need the Fire Energy, but we do play 3... we play 3 Night Stretcher. So... there we go, Myriad. Leaf Shower, 420 damage. They go to 3 prizes remaining. But no matter, we just win here with our incredible Dusknoir board. Arvin seals it. I am nearly certain. So let's... yeah. Ultra Ball. Go get Radzard. And then... yeah. Restart for 1. Pokestop. Okay. That is it, right? Yeah. Curse Blast. Don't overthink it, Mahone. Come on. Do that. Yes, that's it. And then we Ultra Ball for the Clops. And then we Arvin for the Night Stretcher. And that's game. GG's. Dang, it's just that easy, huh? That's crazy. And we Curse Blast. Knock out the Squawk. And then Arvin for the Stretcher. Get the Fire Energy. And that's it. Squawkabilly makes this just so free. Like when people put Squawkabilly into play, gosh, we just take advantage of that so much. Get this fly out of here. All right, Night Stretcher, Fire Energy, GG's. One prize left, Combustion Blast, 250 damage, free retreat on the Mew, and you're out of here, buddy. GG's. That matchup seems pretty free. All the Raging Bolts that I've played against. That matchup seems super good. See the deck list? Yeah, the deck list is in the Tricky Gym Discord, discord.gg/trickygym. I'm trying a couple of alterations to it, but the general nuts and bolts of it are in the Discord. It's basically, it's kind of like the Turbo Palkia Dusknoir decks, but you're playing Charizard and Radzard instead of Palkia and Radiant Greninja. Sheesh. Look at that. Another Raging Bulk. How many times do I have to tell you, old man? We got a Pokestop start. Paraduskull. It's pretty good. I'd like to find a Charmander. That'd be great. Rod. Okay. Nice. I'm up against Raging Bolt. Just top deck to Charmander. It's very good. Let's see what we find off of Pokestop. Rare Candy and Vacuum. So, pretty simple start for us. Just going to send these guys down. And then I could... No, it's not worth it to try and restart for one. I think we just hang out here. I can give them Duskull and pass and say, okay, that's fine. They're probably going to keep the Pokestop in play for me. And I'll get to use that again next turn. The hope is that they don't do turn one Gust, knock out a Charmander or a Mew. That's always the, if they do that, that's annoying if they do that. I can still win even if they do either of those things, though. Like, definitely. The Charmander is probably the toughest thing to stomach if they do that. If they Gust my Charmander, because I'm not quite in range to attack with Radzard yet. Now, what I would have loved to do is if I had like a Nest Ball, being able to Rotom would have been insane. Or even just having like Radzard in play. If I could attach a Fire to Radiant Charizard this turn, then I'm in like a great spot. Because if they take a knockout, I can blow up Dusknoirs and I can actually attack with Radzard. I have to imagine that they go for Mew if they do get a Gust this turn, though. So that's like fine. If they knock out the Mew, we can live with that. Penny? Briar? What sort of stuff we got here? Those cards are not Sada's Vitality. Those cards are not Sada's Vitality at all. Another Ogre Pawn. Still digging. Looking for the Sada. I do think cards like Trekking Shoes and Pokegear are better than Penny. Penny is kind of cute, but ultimately, I don't think worth it. Trying to win the game in 3 turns. Lightning and a Burst Roar. Is that what we got? Show me Burst Roar. No, I don't know. Dang it. It's fine. His hand's just okay. This hand is good. We've got Rare Candy. We've got Forest Seal Stone and Nest Ball. Buddy Buddy Poffin. We'll see if they decide to Burst Roar here. We've got our Switch. This is the card I really hate playing in this list. It feels kind of bad not to play it since you do play Radzard. Being able to attack with Radzard back-to-back turns. No Burst Roar. Their hand is loaded. And we get an Iono off the top. Cool. So in the discard, we've got nobody yet. Let's just go Nest Ball and get the Rotom. And then Forest Seal Stone. And then I'm always tempted to no, we're just gonna use it. I'm always tempted to use the Pokestop and see if, like, do I hit an Ultra Ball or something. But I think I'm just gonna do this here. Rare Candy into the Zard. Get those 2 energy. What if I genome hacking? Probably not worth it. I don't know. Mew can knock out an Ogerpon, I guess. Fully loaded Ogerpon. Kind of funny. It's Buddy Buddy. Gets Duskull. Switch. And we'll Iono. Okay. We want Pokestop. That does not help us. It's fine. Go Clops. I can go double Clop. Not that that matters, but I mean, I could. Clops does matter on the Squawk ability. You probably want to do that all in one turn. Yeah, we'll Curse Blast. Hit the Squawk. Give them a prize. I still got Mew draw, which is nice. Buddy Buddy Poffin. We don't even want that guy. And then I like having Radzard in play. I can vacuum away the Raging Bolts. But I'm still not doing it. If I blow up both Clops, does that matter? Not really. I give them 2 prizes, and I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, we're just going to kind of hold. But I would really like to find Night Stretcher. Him. If I find my Defiance Band, I'm taking a knockout, which would be kind of sick. If I can just be extremely good at this game. Close, but not quite. Not quite that cracked. So we just go in and swing for 210. And then I win next turn, right? Yeah, I can win next turn. So all I have to do to win I'll take a 6 prize turn. You guys see it? Do you see it? Do you see the 6 prize turn? Yeah, it's happening. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yep. Clops the Bolt, Dusknoir the Squawkabilly, Radzard, GG's. That's going to be at the 6 prize turn coming up. I guess, like, what they could have... They have to, like, knock out my Dusclops to avoid the 6 prize turn. But even then, it's like, cool, you're gusting up a single prizer. It doesn't really matter. And let's see what they do. They just milled their second charm. That's good. They got Sada. The one fighting onto the bench Bolt. Are they going to knock me out? Oh, the switch cart. That's fine. That just means I have to go double Dusknoir, which is... That's whatever. Okay, I do need... Oh, I got Lumini in the discard? That's crazy. Okay. A Myriad Leaf Shower for knockout. Okay, all right. Hang on tight, folks. We're going for the 6 prize turn. Can we do it? My opponent's got 3 prizes remaining to my 6. Ooh, Ultra Ball is like, that's a crazy card to get right there for sure. Start off with Pokestop. And we mill the Fez. Oh, yeah. So then I can Night Stretcher for Fez. I've got 4 fire in the discard pile. That's fine. The Radzard's on my bench. I need to get... There's no Dusknoirs here yet. We'll do this. I've got Ultra Ball, so I can guarantee the Dusknoir. I just need one more piece. Okay. We've got Ultra Ball away these. I don't need the rare candy, actually. Funny enough. Okay. And we go get Dusknoir. We go rare candy here. Curse Blast the Squawk. And then I need to just find another Dusknoir, or I need to find a Fire Energy, and we're like there. Yeah, that's it. It's one or the other. Okay, we do that. I got Ultra Ball and I know that's the Dusknoir, so that's just game. Because I can go Ultra Ball here. Get the other Dusknoir. Evolve into Dusknoir. Curse Blast. Take out the Raging Bolt. You have 1 prize remaining. Cool. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take my 2. And then for my final trick, I will use Night Stretcher to go get the Fire Energy out of my discard pile into my hand. And I'll attach it to the Charizard. And wham bam, Combustion Blast. GG's. Thanks for playing. 6 prizes, 1 turn. Goodbye. And just like that, we mount an insane 1-turn comeback. 6 prizes taken in a single turn. Let's go. Yeah, that was kind of nuts, huh? Yeah, that was crazy. Just go Dusknoir, Dusknoir. Yup. Perfect math. Math everything out. Crazy. Is the deck going to get a name? I seem unfazed because it's just that broken. I've been absolutely hosing Raging Bolts all day, so deck deserves a name. A name. What the? All right, let's see what kind of deck my opponent's playing. I've got a nice opening hand with a Charmander, Rotom, and a Pokestop. They've got Squawk out, so maybe they're playing some sort of turbo deck. Squawk and Seize. We got Jet Energies and Dusknoir, so maybe this is like a Turtle Checkmate style deck. I don't like it when my opponent's playing Dusknoir and they go first, because then they have an opportunity to dusk my guys. Now this is kind of funny. They could do the turn 1 or the turn 2 Cruel Arrow for 80. That is kind of funny, huh? Energy and Diona. Let's see what we can draw into. Do got 4 Seal Stone right there. Lost Vacuum. Let's Pokestop. Man, it's fine. Would have liked to find a Buddy Poffin right about there, but that's okay. I hate to throw the 4 Seal Stone now, but I need more basics for sure. So let's Star Alchemy. Get the Buddy Poffin. Get those guys. Get this guy. And then definitely want to keep all these other cards. Let's just instant charge. Let's see what they do. My opponent could be extremely cringe if they go Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Cruel Arrow, they could knock out both Charmander. Oh, it's an Arceus Dusknoir deck. Yeah, we are going to destroy this deck. Absolutely no mercy. Now, I get it. Because it's kind of like what my deck is doing. They have Arceus. I mean, in a way, it's like the same kind of deck, right? They got Arceus and a ton of Dusknoir. And then instead of Radiant Charizard, they just have the bear at the end, right? So, I get it. Like, that's cool. But Arceus is like a very stable Pokemon, right? Doesn't require rare candy. So that's neat. Now I'm wondering if they Cruel Arrow my Charmander. You think they got it? They ain't got it. But on the flip side, Arceus does not accelerate energy to itself. Arceus does not do 300 damage. I'm playing 3 Manders right now. Oh, they got the fire. They are going to Cruel Arrow. This is cruel. with the Iono. This is crazy, dude. All right. No way you get the turn 2 double knockout on my Charmanders. That's so messed up. Okay, so then what can I do? You've taken 2. I can go down to 2 prizes. I can Radzard this turn. It's possible. Okay. Got the Radzard. Got the Fez. Flip the script. Okay. Rare candy here. One fire, Luminions in there. Pokestop. Well, well, well. Got another Charizard down. It's not great. I can. All right. Okay. So we go here. We go here. I need to find like an Iono. That's what I need to find. I think we're going for Mew. And then we're going to Curse Blast the Squawk. I still win this game. I mean, dude, they went first and got double, like turn 2 double knockout on 2 Charmanders. Like the fact that we're going to be close here is kind of insane. Go here. No, Charizard EX is still just a really good Pokemon. And it accelerates energy to Radzard. I mean, it's a like ridiculously good Pokemon for sure. There's our Iono. All right. So then we go Super Rod back in the fire. Man. Ultra Ball. It's got to be a Dusknoir. So you're assuming I knock out this Fez next turn. Okay. Do I have a switch in my deck still? I do. All right. 4 fire in deck. And then we go restart. Dang. Yeah, the odds of me finding it are not super high right now. Just need a fire. Come on. Dang it. All right. That would have been sick, though. Okay, so now I did take a knockout. They could just potentially win. Well, they're a little short on winning. Okay. We'll go retreat, instant charge. Unfortunate. I really need, if I just find the fire energy there, I think I'm in like a really good spot, actually. Because what do they do? I mean, I guess they have to go bear, right? They have to go like Blood Moon or Saluna. It could be that Arceus is the best way to do this. Oh, that seems really good. It could be. If you pop enough Dusknoir, you don't need Charizard EX. But yeah, but like you don't want to pop enough Dusknoir that your opponent can like just win. I got rare Kenny Dusknoir. Well, so they win if they get double Dusknoir. Yeah, dang it. I just needed to find that fire energy. Yeah, if they have double Dusknoir, double rare Kenny, double Dusknoir, they just win. Oh, they can Cruel Arrow it. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Yep. I forgot about the Cruel Arrow. That's broken. But I think I win that if I just find that fire energy on that final turn. And they were able to get turn 2 double knockout on both my Charmanders. Yeah. So like that was tough. We were trying to play the game without Charizard at all. So yeah, Dusknoir Wars don't feel very fun. No, they don't. Yeah, no. Shouldn't have left the fire in the discard to keep nice treasures out. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, for sure. All right. I think that. Yeah, and you could just do it as like an Arceus deck, right? I do like that idea too. Man. That was a meme I sent to Natalie this morning. All right, anyways. Let's take a look at the list real quick. The Arceus is tempting because if you just get Arceus V-Star into play, but Arceus like doesn't take key knockouts is the thing. That's like my beef with it, I guess. Where Charizard does take like very good knockouts. So this is the list I was playing just now. It feels neat. It's like it's fun. I think it pops off. It's got like really fun plays you can make. Fun for you, probably not fun for your opponent. But yeah, it's kind of a crazy deck. It feels like it needs like sometimes you're just like having a hard time finding those rare candies, which is tough. I mean, you can't even play any more search cards. You got 4 Nest Ball, 4 Buddy Buddy, and 4 Ultra Ball, and sometimes it's like, dang, I wish I could just open a Buddy Buddy or 2, right? If you don't open Buddy Buddy, it's like unfortunate. But I feel like this list is about as like kind of hammered down and as consistent as this kind of version of the deck is going to get. So boxed order, search your deck for 2 item cards. Yo, the boxed order. maybe, turn 1 boxed order just to get those cards Iono to the bottom. But if they don't, then you're cracked. Yeah, this list was certainly a lot of fun to play. Maybe tomorrow we can try with Arceus. But for today, I'm getting out of here. All right, we've got a very fun week ahead here on Tricky Gym. So definitely make sure to hang around for the rest of the week. I've got Tabletop with Jesse Parker on Wednesday, and I'm going to be trying to stream Pokemon TCG Pocket. The New Zealand release happens on Thursday, so I'm going to try and get my phone set up or my iPad set up to do that on Thursday. And then we got TCG Live tomorrow, so Pokemon Pocket later in the week. Make sure to check out the Tricky Gym VOD channel if you haven't already, and the Tricky Gym Discord, discord.gg/TrickyGym. Stay up to date on when I go live and all that good stuff. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.